Okay, we will call this meeting to order, and I apologize for being a little bit late. We've had some long discussions in our previous meetings. So we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, if you'll join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next is roll call.
All council members are present. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to start with a presentation, and this is an update on the 2020 census by Raymond Muller, who is a partnership specialist for Northern California Bureau of the Census. If you come on up to the microphone.
I know so many of you. Well, good evening. My name is Ray Mueller, and I am from San Jose, not the one up the peninsula, just so we're clear. We have been confused before. I am here to talk to you a little bit about our census. In my role as a U.S. Census Bureau employee, I'm a partnership specialist, and our goal is to create partnerships with the trusted voices. And in this case, I'm reaching out to you as the trusted voices here in the community. What we're planning on doing here is we are planning on making sure that we count every person in America on April 1st. We want to count them one time, and we want to count them in the right places. I'm going to try and go through this relatively quickly because I know it can be a little dry. You do have copies of this on your desks, and I set out a packet that has something in the front of it that I want to refer to a little bit later on. So you don't have to get into that. It'll be reading later. So why the census? The census is done every 10 years, and it is done because the Constitution actually requires it. We do count, as I said, everyone regardless of their age, their citizenship status, their gender, or any other characteristic. Outside of voting, it is one of the most important things we can do. Now why? We do it because it's in the Constitution. The exact wording is that the actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of Congress, and then within every subsequent term of 10 years. So we do it on the years ending in 0, and it is on April Fool's Day. I do not know why. Now, the thing is it's all about power, justice, and money. It's like a little telenovela. I try to make it a little light. So after each census, the state uses the state officials do use this to redraw the districts, as you are all aware. There has been this controversy about the committee that's being formed and making sure that it's representative. We want to make sure that each of those tracts is allowed to represent the communities that are there. In addition, it's possible we could lose 2 of our representatives this year in the state of California due to the changes in population. We do want to make sure everyone gets counted to avoid that. And finally, of course, money. $675 billion worth of funds is distributed every year based on census data. That is just the federal stuff. And when you go off to what other people use the data for, including the businesses that will decide whether they want to move into your communities, there are so many ways that money comes to the community based on your population. So obviously it's important to us that you all get counted and become part of the data. Now, what is the data? So I'm going to give you a couple of examples. First of which, here's one from California, Alum Rock in San Jose. You'll notice it's got the population, the median income, the poverty rate, and the employment rate. Now I would like you to compare that with your own, which is about $50,000 a year more for median income, much drastic reduction in poverty rate, and employment rate, of course, is higher. Now, I'm bringing this to your attention because I want you to understand that although there are some significant differences, there are some points of which the 2 communities are very much alike. You do have hard to count communities just the same as they do, and that's those folks that we're going to be talking about here in a minute. Now, we want to make sure everybody knows that the first time ever since 1790 that we will be doing this on the internet, by phone, and of course there will be paper forms available as follow-up or to those who do not have an address that we can go knock on their door. Those people that don't receive mail, I should say. I want to make sure everybody understands how this is confidential. The biggest concern we have had, and I did this 10 years ago, it was the same concern. The confidentiality of the census is set into law, It is Title 13 that protects the census data, and it ensures that your names will never be associated with that data for the next 72 years. We hope after 72 years we will not care that our name is associated with where we lived at this time. If you wish to look up your genealogy, you can currently look at census data up through 1940. Now, I did mention that 1790 is when we started, and I have tracked one of my lineages back to that actual census, and I want you to understand how much we have grown over the years. That was for free, white, 18-year-old men. That was what was census counted in that time. So we've come a very long way. I'm going to talk more about those changes coming up. As far as the confidentiality, even myself and the folks that work with me are sworn to keep this data safe. And the penalties for that would be 5 years in prison or $250,000. And I do not love any of you well enough to give you that data for that penalty. So, now, we did speak a little bit about the changes, and we do have a very changed community that we live in since 1790. And one of the things that we're doing this year is we're making sure that we support languages. We will be having 12 non-English languages on the electronic format online. There will be census questionnaire assistance in those 12 non-English languages. In addition, however, we will have language guides in 59 non-English languages. And I have looked at the German one, and it does go through every single question and explains it in the language as to why it's being asked and how to answer it. Finally, the paper forms will only be printed in English and Spanish this year. So that is one difference. And if you do feel that you're going to have communities that will be impacted by that, we would like to try and work with you or some of the organizations in your community to make sure that those folks get access to those online language glossaries and guides. If there are any questions at any point, please feel free to stop me. Can kind of roll through it kind of fast. So we talked about the hard to count populations. Now I do want you to take a close look at those individuals that are on this list. You'll notice that our veterans, our homeless, and our children under 5 are the top 3. The number 1 most undercounted person in America in 2010 was children under 5. We do not understand exactly why, but obviously there are a variety of things that could have come into play. Parents being concerned about their child being in the data system. 2 parents and neither one just talked to the other and decided who was claiming the child. Or some people actually said they forgot. So we do want to make sure that they're counted because this data stands for 10 years, and therefore that 2, 3, 4, 5-year-old will be in school. They will be accessing all of the services that the city offers through their families, including the roads, fire and police protection. So that is one of our biggest points, and we are working with the First 5 organization here in the county to try and make sure that we get into those communities that have those children. I do want to specify the senior citizens here. We do want to make sure that that is noted because there are those of us in the elder group who do not like technology, and we're going full on internet. So we may need to have some help with that. We are offering the opportunity to do this on a phone so they don't have to go online. We have some folks, for instance, the city of Santa Clara has gotten a grant to get, for their library, to get pads, and they're going to set up a space in the library and have people come in and have an assistance center right there at the library. So this is some things that you might want to think about, some ideas you might have. In addition to that, I want to make sure you notice also that we do have the folks with limited English proficiency, and again, if you have pockets of folks you think will be impacted, please be sure to let me know, and we will try to work with you as a community to figure out how to best handle that. I have had some folks come to me with very specific languages from Mexico, and we don't have them in the 59 guides, but we do have some folks in San Jose that are willing to help interpret. So local partnership strategies. You may have heard of our complete count committees. 10 years ago, the census was kind of very engaged. We had about 20 of our people here on the ground. This year, there are 4 of us doing that same job. So the city and the county, the city of San Jose and the county of Santa Clara have had offices open for almost a year now. And they're doing a lot of the work that we did 10 years ago. So that complete count committee that's meeting on Thursday, if you haven't heard about it, please check in. We would be happy to see any of you come and attend that meeting. It is the first time it's met since March. It'll be a full update of where we are, where we're going, and there's also some RFP information available from the county because there is still some funding available for organizations that wish to do census work. I do want to show you here a couple of others. I am part of the partnership program. Statistics in school is one of our things that I am actually big on. Some of you know that from our election season last year. So I am the government and education person for the census in the county. What I'm doing now is tomorrow night I'm actually going to one one school board, and then again on Thursday to talk about statistics in schools. Statistics in schools is an evergreen program. We always have it available. We've updated it for 2020, and it has drop-in things that people can use, and it doesn't have to be actual school settings. They can be used in the libraries. There's these fun facts about the census, for instance, how many pounds of chocolate were eaten at Halloween, and about how many people really work in that industry here in the United States. It takes the data and brings it out in different ways. There are lessons plans available, including one that I've seen on Martin Luther King, where it has the class go back and investigate your community to see how it changed over the decades. And it uses Martin Luther King and his birth date and that whole lesson plan to get to that point. So I will be speaking with all of the schools actually through the County Office of Education, and we are going to be doing that. But there's going to be a Statistics in Schools week of March 1st to the first week of March there. And I bring it up to you because we're going to be highlighting this to the children then, because a week later, we're mailing out the postcards. And so when those kids are talking about it the week before and that postcard comes in the mail, the parents are theoretically going to be, oh, we just talked about this. Let's go online and do this. Okay? We hope. All right. So how are we going to do all this? We are going to hire about 3,000 people from each of the communities, within the communities, I should say, in the county of Santa Clara. About 3,000 people will be hired at $30 per hour to go out and knock on doors and achieve some of those goals. I do want to talk a little bit about some of those goals. We will be having a what's called a temporary non-specific outdoor location count, or the folks impacted by homelessness. And this does include people living in their cars. So we're going to be relying on the cities to help get us the data as to where those locations are, where people are congregating. Because the 3 days prior to census, we will in fact send out groups of our enumerators to go up and count them right there on the spot. So we want to make sure that everybody gets counted within your city limits. In addition to that, we'll be doing our group quarters, which would include any of the dormitories, hospitals, nursing homes, et cetera. And if you have ideas of where those places are that maybe we wouldn't know about, feel free to let me know. I'm actually the person that's going to be gathering that data and getting it over to our operations side. I do want all of you to know that since you have this on your desk, I do recommend that you try to share it out. I can also get it to you electronically because anybody can apply, and we hire within the areas that they work. So we're going to want people from wherever you all live to apply. So if you can't apply, take a picture of this and tell your friend or neighbor next door who needs an extra few $100s. This is not something you're going to pay your rent with every month between now and then. You probably won't get hired until March, and it may be 2 weeks or it may be 2 months. But it is a nice chunk of change, and it's evenings and weekends for those folks who have that time. So, yes.
You have our city managers signing up for this.
Yeah, underpaid city staff, teachers. It is good money, extra vacation. So please consider sharing that information out to your communities. In your packet of information, I also did give each of you a poster that you could put up in some other organization that you're a part of that specifically talks about how to apply for those jobs. Okay? Now, next steps. Help us to generate your community's readiness for 2020 census. Well, your city is actually a little bit ahead of that curve because some of the cities haven't reached out, whereas yours did. And we are doing a meeting on Monday of your stakeholders. And anyone who would like to join us, please feel free to do so. It is being held at the library at what time? 11 on Monday, the 18th. Yeah. So, and we'll do a presentation there. That'll be a different presentation. It'll be more to the service organizations, CBOs, et cetera. We're helping folks like the library system and other systems that are in the community will come out. And individuals that are interested. Work to mobilize your community to apply for those jobs. We will be needing, like I said, 3,000 people, and we want them to come from your neighborhoods rather than for us to have to bring them in from other cities to do the work here. It is usually better for somebody to be able to say, hey, I'm your neighbor from right over there, and I need to help you fill out your census, than, hey, I just came in from Gilroy, and I want to help you fill out your census. Okay? Promote your census in your workplace, business, and personal or social, there's a mistake, social media. So there are some great little things online on YouTube. We have a YouTube channel that has drop-in things you could put out there that are, for instance, we have some celebrity endorsements. There is a census song that is just too cute. And I wish I could put it into my slideshow, but I have not. But you can actually find it. It's part of the statistics in schools, and it's geared to the younger age. But we all count, and it will get stuck on your head, and you'll wish you hadn't. But it's cute. You should go find it. Next, please invite census staff to your network meetings. If you have opportunities where I can stand in front of groups and talk about this, I would really like to do that. Whether it's a group of people that are working together or a group of people that are together for some other cause that this kind of cross-references with. As you know, the census does impact our health care. So if you have any types of meetings on that type of thing, we'd be happy to be there. And if I can't or my staff can't, we'll bring someone from one of the other counties as needed. We do also offer language for that. We do have here in the county currently hired a person who speaks Spanish, one who speaks Mandarin, two who speak English, but within the area we have Russian and we have more Spanish and we have Vietnamese and we have Tagalog, and they're all within 30 miles, so we could bring them in if we needed to, if you have a language-specific group. I know in 2010 we actually did some Russian outreach here in the area and up on the peninsula, and we don't have that person hired here, but we do have someone in San Francisco. So. Finally, I'm going to ask you, as a group, as a city, to plan an event, a census kickoff of some nature in February, or something to go along with that Statistics in Schools Week in the first week of March, because we want to make sure that although it will be blasted out on every possible electronic media and through the press and through all the print media, we want to make sure that they hear it from their local leadership, that it's important and that you help them understand why it's important. So I'm going to ask you to all think about that and work on that point. And finally, I'm hoping that the city will be able to pass a resolution in support of the census at a future meeting. I did provide some language for that so that it be considered and brought before you later. All right, I am pretty much done talking. I hope I haven't taken too much time. Are there any questions at this time? I have never had a room with no questions. There we go.
Councilmember Kamei.
No, I just want to thank you, Mr. Mueller, other Ray Mueller, for joining us. I've been on the Santa Clara County Steering Committee, and so we talked about this in April when it was a year out, and excited to see you here. And I thought, when I saw the agenda, census, yes, more about the census. So I'm sure we'll take your homework and discuss as a body. But thank you so much for being here and bringing more awareness to the census. And that's what's most important. Thank you.
I did fail to mention one other thing. We do have offices already open. One of them will be in Sunnyvale, and it will be covering this area. And we have one in San Jose as well, which will be covering South San Jose and the southern counties. So we do have operations office already open. So if you have questions about that, feel free to email me, and I'll be happy to get you more information on that as well. All right?
Great, thank you.
Last thing I'm going to bring to your attention, this is your real homework. So this is the data you can get online by yourself by going to our data.census.gov and pulling up our Roam tool is what it's called. I've got 3 of your census tracts that are actually listed in this, and the maps on the back, so you can see that you've got a variety of them. And the first one here, as you can see, the response rate was about 88.3. That's pretty darn good. If you look at the second page, it dropped down to about 81.8, I think. 81, yeah. So 81.1. And then finally the last one, and this is going to be one of those dark blue areas on the 4th page on the map. And the response rate there was only 63%. So you do have areas where people are not going to do that. Now, I also highlighted information lower down on that data, and you'll notice that that's also where those multi-unit housings are. So if you have ideas on how to get into those organizations, frequently our enumerators have a problem getting past those locked doors. We would welcome any assistance with that as well. All right? But this is some information so that if you want to dig deeper into what your city is about, this is the data you can find, and it shows languages and ethnicities, et cetera. So if you have any questions, again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate the information. And I'm looking forward to the song.
I will email that one to you.
Perfect. Thank you again. Okay, next is the consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of ordinances and resolutions will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. Does any council member wish to pull an item? Councilmember McAllister?
I just want to comment on 4.2. Didn't want to pull it, but just comment on it.
If you want to comment, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, this is the one about the reach, and I'm very supportive of everything in this particular ordinance that we're putting out, but I am concerned about some of the unintended consequences that this action may actually be counterproductive to reducing greenhouse gases. And as I see some more reports coming along, there was only one very small section that concerned me the most. Was cooking appliances was one of the concerns I was looking at. And how we're maybe intruding a little too much into people's lives, and also the consequence of giving the alternative of trying to produce the energy. But if you look at how that energy is produced, it goes to a natural gas generator, which is probably producing more greenhouse gases than a cooking top appliance. So I am going to vote yes for this particular item, but we need to always look at what there's scientific more information that's coming out about, or the implications of what we're doing, and I think we just need to be following those and review our policies as more data comes out.
Councilmember Clark?
So I had less a comment and more just a question of staff on that item 4.2, just to confirm. So I appreciate you answering the council question I submitted on, this is sort of looking at folks who already had sort of plans in process and were planning to submit them soon, but maybe not by the end of the year, and now are sort of either redoing them in order to comply with the new January 1 date, or trying to redo them to speed things up. And so one of the things I was thinking about, just looking at the single-family homes and the gas connections there, with the RV ordinance, I know we adopted the ordinance, which I understand we need to do tonight, so I'm not questioning that. But was the delayed implementation on the RV, was that sort of baked into the ordinance, or could a delayed implementation or delayed enforcement be sort of staff direction, or does it need to be? Would it just have to be pulled out and done separately?
I can speak to that. The RV ordinance, that was a change that was introduced with the introduction of the ordinance, and there was agreement by council to pick a specific staggered implementation date. Here, we're at the second reading stage, and it's a different posture of the ordinance, so that would be a material change, which is different than the RV example.
Okay, so I guess where I misunderstood was the implementation dates and those changes were actually in the ordinance as opposed to in a separate sort of just how staff generally implements
That's
things.
correct.
Okay. Okay, and then just in terms of the applications that are being submitted, can it be, if someone wanted to submit something, basically they're sort of at or close to the finish line now, if they want to try and meet the deadline and submit things now, does it have to be 100% final? Would they be able to make, if they realize they need to make a minor change, not related to gas or anything like that, but are you just looking for something substantially final by the deadline, or do you need like the complete done, no more changes plans by that deadline?
Okay. Shelley Woodworth, Chief Building Official. So they would need to be substantially complete.
Okay.
So what I mean by that is, of course, they're not going to be 100%. That's why we see plans multiple times, because they're trying to comply with volumes of code. But they do need to have the meat of everything there.
But if you had questions about things and requested that they revise things, that revision, they'd be grandfathered at that point, as long as the first one was
Correct.
substantially complete and they're not changing a whole bunch of things.
Right. The date of submittal is what determines the code that they're going to follow during construction.
That's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Abikoga?
Thank you. I just wanted to comment, and I appreciate Councilmember McAllister's concerns. I think through this process, something that I realized is that there's probably, we need to, and clean energy, Silicon Valley Clean Energy is in the process of putting materials together, but I think what I gathered is we need to do more work on educating the community. So there was like this flurry on Nextdoor yesterday about concerns, and I think once I think it was Bruce said it was new construction only that died down, but there's a lot of data. There's a lot of outdated data that's being used. Frankly, I'm not up on this. It's very technical at times. I'm not up on the most up-to-date technology, but I think what I've gathered is to quell the concerns, we just need to be more diligent about educating the community. And so, I appreciate that we're moving forward with this evening. And I think we should just make sure that we work on outreach and education. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on an item on the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public input portion, and a motion is in order. Vice Mayor Abikoga?
Thank you. So I will make a motion to adopt the consent calendar, including item 4.2, adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 8, Articles 1 through 14 of the Mountain View City Code relating to the adoption of the 2019 California Building Codes, incorporating by reference other international and uniform codes, and adoption of the 2018 International Property Maintenance Code and the 1997 Uniform Code for the Abatement of Dangerous Buildings. Adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 14, Articles 1 and 2 of the Mountain View City Code relating to the adoption of the 2018 International Fire Code, incorporating by reference amendments adopted by the State of California to establish the 2019 California Fire Code. Adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 24, Article 1 of the Mountain View City Code relating to hazardous materials. And 4.4, adopt a resolution making findings with respect to the unexpended balance of the Sewer Development Impact Fund, California Government Code Section 66001D, to be read in title only, for the reading waived, and the remainder of the consent calendar.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Vice Mayor Abikoga and a second by Councilmember Hicks. Let's call the question. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Next is item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the council on items not on the agenda tonight? And sometime before or after you speak, if you could fill out a blue card and leave it with our city clerk, that would be great. You can do it after you speak.
Hi, B. Hansen, Santiago Villa. In preparation for our mobile home ordinance discussions next year, I've been working on identifying the rental units in Mountain View's mobile home parks. So far, we found 85 rental units in Santiago Villa alone, and we identified the majority of those by searching the Santa Clara County Assessor's property tax records. Right now, the average mobile home has 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and rents for $3,800 a month. If they were all rented, that would be a potential income of $320,000 a month and almost $4 million annually, not including homeowner space rents. And I'd say that would be an extraordinary return on investment for a landlord, wouldn't you? Knowing this puts seniors and disabled residents in our park who are living on Social Security and SSI in the odd position of supporting our landlord's winery and huge estate in the Los Altos Hills. Since his family owns enormous swaths of land in the Central Valley, our space rent could be subsidizing his water wars in Kings, Tulare, and Kern counties. We could be contributing to his legal defense against the people who are suing him over water rights down there. So I'd like to suggest that when we start discussing the annual general adjustment that will be defined in our ordinance, you think in terms not of CPI, but zero.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to address the council on items not on the agenda tonight? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the oral communications portion of the meeting. And we will move on to item 7, which is, 7.1, potential 2020 Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act amendments. And we will start with the staff presentation. We'll then have council questions. We'll then open it up for public input and then bring it back to council for discussion and action.
Go ahead.
Is there a handout of the presentation? I don't have it.
I guess we're just asking, is there one? If not, we'll just look at the screen.
Okay.
Okay, apologies. We'll
No
get
worries.
some handouts right now, but I'll go ahead and get started.
Yes, please.
All right. So thank you. Good evening. My name is Tim Wong. I'm the Housing and Neighborhood Services Manager. And tonight before you is consideration about potential 2020 Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act amendments. And so tonight, staff is requesting that the council, decide on a methodology to set the annual general adjustment of rent for the CSFRA. Number 2 is to approve the draft amendments to the CSFRA. In addition, that the council decide whether to place the ballot on the March or November 2020 ballot, and if the council decides to place the ballot on the March 2020 date, that staff has additional recommendations in regards to how to handle the ballot. In addition, the same recommendations apply for the voter-initiated amendments to the CSFRA. So again, staff is asking whether the council wishes to put the voter-initiated amendments on the March 2020 ballot, and if so, the following or the recommendations as outlined is being requested from the council. And lastly, the recommendation to appropriate $225,100 from the General Operating Fund Reserve for the preparation of the CSFRA amendments for the city-initiated amendments. So just to give a quick recap, this is where we have gone in regards to the process. We've had 4 subcommittee meetings, 2 RHC meetings, and 1 council meeting to discuss potential CSFRA amendments. And then lastly, December 6th is the deadline to submit the ballot measure in order for it to qualify for the March 2020 ballot. And so tonight's presentation, where staff will, in regards to the city-initiated amendments, request the council to determine how to approach the AGA for the amendments. Secondly, to consider the remaining CSFRA amendments. And lastly, again, how to proceed with the ballot. Also, staff will also be presenting about the voter initiative and how the council would like to treat the voter-initiated amendments in regards to timing and other considerations. So starting off, to determine the AGA methodology, through various discussions between the subcommittee and the council, there have been a number of options, but in the end, there have been 4 options that have been presented. Option number 1 is the current option. In the CSFRA, we currently use the 100% CPI model to determine the AGA. And also in the CSFRA, there is language that says that the AGA cannot be below 2%, but cannot be higher than 5%. The AGA can only be applied once every 12 months. And in the CSFRA, there is banking allowed. And the maximum AGA on an annual basis is 10%, which includes any application of a banked AGA. So the subcommittee also did come up with 2 other options. Option number 2 is using the CPI plus 1% with no banking. Option number 3 is a flat rate of 4 or 5% with no banking. And option 4 is an option that has been proposed by the vice mayor. This was proposed after the last subcommittee meeting of October 14th. Therefore, the subcommittee has not reviewed this 4th option, but staff has put it on for council's consideration. Just as reference, these are other rent stabilized jurisdictions that use either the CPI as their AGA or have a fixed rate for their AGA determination. And I know that there has been reference to the city of San Jose, so this is to provide information. Recently, the city of San Jose weighed these 2 options on how to apply either of these options to the AGA. And for reference, the city of San Jose did vote to use option 1 for their rent stabilization program. So staff's first question to the council is, does the council want to keep the AGA based on 100% CPI, or does it wish to pursue one of the other options as provided? And then moving on, there were a number of proposed summaries or amendments to the CSFRA, but there were really 2 main amendments proposed, one of them being RHC oversight. There have been discussions between the subcommittee and the council, but at the last meeting with council, the council determined or directed staff that they would like to see limited oversight over the RHC, only for those legal items and any decisions that may impact the city general fund. So again, it's a very limited oversight of the RHC. In addition, the council wanted the ability to remove RHC members. Currently in the CSFRA allows or gives the council the ability to appoint members to the RHC, but it is silent on the ability to remove members. So this would provide that clarification. There was also discussion about allowing non-Mountain View resident property owners to serve on the RHC. And so that amendment has been included as the package of amendments, but there has been a caveat to add that non-Mountain View residents can serve on the RHC only when there are no adequate qualified Mountain View residents that are available to serve. And lastly, the council determined that they would like the ability to assign or delegate work to the work items to the RHC, such as potentially in the future, maybe a mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. So those are some of the amendments that have been included that speak to RHC oversight. The second major amendment, if you will, proposed was the separate petition process, in which certain capital improvements could be eligible for a separate petition process and therefore not have to go through the full petition process. And some of those eligible improvements include improvements that need to comply with health and safety, improvements that lend itself to environmental sustainability, solar panels, charging stations, those type of things, or improvements that extend the useful life of the property. And the council also put in some guidelines stating that these improvements had to provide a benefit to the tenants, such as reduction in costs. If you put in solar panels, that would have to show up as a reduction in costs of energy costs to the tenants. In addition, no luxury improvements would be eligible for the separate petition process. And lastly, the council also determined that they wanted the RHC to design the separate petition process. There are other amendments included. One amendment is that the subcommittee and the council also supported the subcommittee that to have some language in the CSFRA stating that mobile homes are not covered by the CSFRA, so more affirming language. In addition, there were a number of administrative amendments, some providing clarifying certain exemptions that are listed in the CSFRA, and these administrative amendments are more procedural items rather than substantial. And so for the second question to council is in regards to the timeline for the city-initiated ballot. So the council has the option to place the city-initiated amendments on the March or November 2020 ballot. And so if the council wishes to place it on the March 2020 ballot, it must adopt a resolution by December 6th, 2019. In addition, the subcommittee recommended that these amendments move forward on the March 2020 ballot. So question 2 is, does the council wish to place the city-initiated measure on the March 2020 or November 2020 ballot? In addition, in regards to ballot arguments and an impartial analysis, the city council has the option of submitting a written argument on behalf of the city-initiated amendments. The council or any individual voter, association, or a combo of voters or association can put on written arguments, but that is at the council's discretion. And secondly, the council may also direct the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the measure. So question 3, staff's question to council is, if the council proceeds with the March 2020 ballot for the city-initiated measure, does the council wish to draft an argument for the measure and direct the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis? Also, another council option is whether to place the full text of the measure in the voter information guide. And for reference, a full text of the city-initiated amendments would be approximately 14 pages and cost roughly $90,000. So question 4 is, does the county want to include the full text of the city-initiated measure in the voter information guide? And then there's the consideration of the voter-initiated ballot or amendments. And again, similar to the city-initiated amendments, the council has the option to place the voter-initiated amendments on the March or November 2020 ballot. And then similar to if the council wishes to place it on the March 2020 ballot, then staff has some follow-up recommendations regarding, again, a council counter-argument, the impartial analysis, and whether the council wishes to include a full text of the voter-initiated amendments. And if the council wishes to place it on the November 2020 ballot, then staff will return to council at the appropriate time. So question 5 is, does the council wish to place the voter-initiated measure on the March 2020 ballot or the November 2020 ballot? Again, similar to the city-initiated, the council has the option to submit a counter-argument if it likes. Also, the council, again, may direct the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the voter-initiated measure. So question 6 is, if the council proceeds with the March 2020 ballot for the voter-initiated measure, does the council wish to draft an argument, a counter-argument for the measure, and direct the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis for those amendments also? And the last question, almost done here, is again with the full text printing. Does the council wish to provide a full text of the voter-initiated measure to be printed in the voter information guide? That would be about 12 pages and cost approximately $80,000. So question number 7, if council places the voter initiative on the March 2020 ballot, does the council want to include full text of, the voter-initiated measure in the voter information guide? So here are a summary of the questions that have been posed to the council, and these questions will help direct council towards the recommendations. But here are the summaries, and again, the recommendations is to decide on the methodology for the AGA, approve the draft amendments as outlined in the staff report, and also determine whether to place the city-initiated amendments on the March or November 2020 ballot. And then if council chooses to place it on the March 2020, then the following recommendations as outlined. To adopt a resolution to direct the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis, whether you want to submit an argument, and whether you wish to place full text in the voter information guide, and lastly, to direct the clerk and the city attorney to take all necessary related actions. Those recommendations are if the council chooses to place the amendments on the March 2020 ballot. And the same recommendation regarding the voter-initiated amendments, whether you wish to put it on the March 2020 calendar, and if so, then staff recommends that the council adopt a resolution, direct the city attorney whether to prepare a partial analysis, submit an argument, and determine whether the council would like to provide full text to that voter-initiated amendment, and then direct the city clerk and attorney to take all necessary related actions. And lastly, the final recommendation is to appropriate $225,100 from the general operating reserve for the preparation of these amendments. And before I conclude, I'd like to introduce the rest of the team. We have Anki Van Dursen, CSFRA Program Manager, and Karen Tiedemann and Justin Bigelow from Goldfarb and Lippman, who helped staff craft these amendments. So that concludes staff's recommendation. Apologize again for the lack of handouts, and happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you. We'll start with council questions. Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, I had just a couple that I thought of actually today when I was rereading the So I'm looking at the red line of the draft amendment, so the entire CSFRA as red line. And the one thing that I'd forgotten is just because of I think the timing of the original passage of Measure V and getting everything spun up, there was sort of a September 1 cycle, so for rate increases that was set up. So it was like a June 30th notification date and then a September 1 effective date of whatever by June 30th was declared by the RHC to be the allowable increase. And so I see some of that language in the various scenarios has been struck. And so my question on this would be, one, do we need to specify that, let's say the new rate is either a flat rate or CPI plus 1, do we need to specify the initial date on which that new rate takes effect, like either September 1, 2020, or if we want to move to a calendar year cycle, like January 1, 2021, or is the intent to remain silent on that and just let the RHC implement it and decide how to deal with that?
Councilmember Clark, would you be able to just cite the section just to make sure we're looking at the same?
So I'm looking at it looks like council provided at the very basically the last pages, I think 29, 30, 31. There's sort of here's what these sections would look like if you choose flat rate. Here's what these sections would look like if you choose CPI plus some number. But none of them, and most of them strike the September 1st, at least for the flat rate. You strike the September 1st language, but then it becomes unclear to me if that new flat rate's in effect, when it actually takes effect, when the first allowable increase of that amount would be, if it would be, or if it's just left to the RHC to decide that. And you don't have to answer that right now, if you need time to look it up. But so that was the first piece, and really what I'm getting at is, do we need to specify should we specify in this like what the effective date of whatever that new increase is, or is it okay to remain silent on it? And then the second question that I had, hopefully a little easier, was I remember on the committee we changed the language to say that the RHC shall adopt sort of these separate procedures for certain pass-throughs, but we remained silent on should that be done within 1 year? Should it be done within? I don't know what a reasonable amount of time would be to sort of gather public input, put those things together, and then adopt them. But I didn't know if it would. I assume if we're silent on that it's just sort of left to them to be prudent and expedient. I just want to make sure that I didn't miss something, that there's no specified date by which they have to do that. It's just assumed they'll do it on their own time, just like they did the original implementation.
That is correct. There has been no time frame specified for RHC to design and prepare the petition process.
Okay. Okay. But we can get an answer to the first one later. I just wanted to, if we really need to set an effective date for whatever that new increase is in the charter, then we should probably do it now, because I think that's probably better than remaining silent. And I also, at the same time, if we do that, does it make sense to stick with the September 1 cycle, or should we move to a calendar year, which I don't know. I don't know which is better, but I just wanted to offer that.
I have a follow-up question on that. So doesn't the CSFRA say you can only do one increase a year? Yes. And so wouldn't it just be the same schedule as we have now?
So the section that Councilmember Clark was referring to, that section was intended to refer to the initial year of program startup. It was deleted because we're now past that first year. It looks like there would be RHC ability or discretion to be able to determine what that would be, or if it stays the same, or if it changes. But the way that the amendments are allows RHC that discretion.
And I think you're right, it is once every year, once every 12 months. But I think what I was getting at as well, if there's interest later in shifting to a January cycle, maybe you just give them the extra 3 months of no increase, right? And then the new sort of higher AGA kicks in January 1, 2021 instead of September 1. And then that's how you would move to a new cycle. But
Or
we
you
can
get a
into that later.
prorated share for those
Or
3 months.
or you could do that too.
Councilmember Hicks.
Thank you. I have two questions. One is a question about the proposed changes in to give council oversight over the rental housing committee. I asked a question to staff about this, and it made me think of another question. The answer was that it would, when I asked about changes in the the council RHC relationship, the answer was that council would have limited oversight over the RHC in terms of budget and legal actions. That's what this would provide. And I would like clarity on what kind of oversight council would have over legal actions.
Those would be potential litigation against the CSFRA that may involve the city. So that was brought up by the subcommittee in early discussions and supported by the council.
So it's mainly with the lawsuits, depending on there's a financial piece to that, and if the city would have to back up or cover the cost of if the lawsuit were to be ruled against the RHC. So the idea was that the council should have just discretion over whether the RHC should or should not enter into a lawsuit situation because of the financial ramifications of that.
I see. So it would give council the authority to possibly not go through with lawsuits. Okay. And then the second is this one about the annual general adjustment. So this fourth one is new to me. What is a flat rate of less than 5%? Because less than to me sounds sliding, so clearly I don't understand what's being proposed.
I can answer that too. So it's anything under 5%, and the way because it was written the way it was written because at the subcommittee meeting, I believe the 3 committee members were in agreement that we would not recommend banking at 5%, but there was some talk about banking at some other number or CPI +1 or some other formula, and that's why I asked staff to include that. We didn't have a full discussion and a vote on that, but it was another option that came up during our discussion, and so that's why I asked staff to put it in. But it could be 4, it could be 3, 4.5, whatever, a number under 5, basically.
So a number to be determined tonight
Yes,
is what you mean?
correct.
Got it, thanks.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I wrote in a couple of questions for you, and I just want to get clarification on, or maybe you'll have a better understanding of what I was driving at. That's good. I wrote a question about a baseline for rent, or so if a recession or depression comes along, that as rents are decreased because the market can only bear a certain market value of getting rent, that let's say that the market turned around quicker than sooner, and demand became higher again, that would allow the landlord maybe to recover back up to a base rent. So let's say there's $2,000 base rent. It's $2,000 and it drops down to, he can only rent the place for $1,500. The market turns around quicker than most people thought, but if they're only allowed to do a 3% each year, the landlord is still going to be on the hook for the mortgage and all these other costs, and so he would be losing or not getting a fair rate of return, I guess is the term we're looking at. In the gas business, I was in the gas business for many years, and we used to have a base gas price, and then we would have what's called a temporary voluntary allowance, so that they would deduct pricing. So if you see gases change, the price of gas stays the same, but they always have these temporary voluntary allowances, which would allow the company to reduce the cost. And I was interested in if that's something that I would like to see considered in this amendments, that the base rent is so much that the landlord will say, okay, as I reduce, these are temporary voluntary allowances, so that when it comes time and the market comes along, he's not in a hole and therefore can't really do much maintenance on the property, and that will allow them to come back up to a base rate sooner than later.
The mechanism under the current CSFRA is through the fair return petition process to allow the landlord to raise rents to such a degree to return to what they were at before.
But I thought they were capped at 4%. I mean, you might say this might take 10% or something like that. If they drop 30%, then to get back up to that base rent could take many, many years. So I'm looking at something that says, that allows them. So your solution or your answer, I don't understand, would make them get back up to that rate quicker than before.
Yeah, the concept of the petition process would be rent increases above what is allowed under the annual general adjustment in the current structure under the fair rate of return mechanism would allow a rent increase to go above the AGA through that fair return process.
Well, okay, I would like to see something in these amendments if there are, that is a little more defined. We have, one of the concerns that we've had with the CSFRA is that there's ambiguity or not clear direction. And if you're saying, all of a sudden the market drops, you're going to have everybody coming for a petition, whereas I would like to see something maybe in the city initiated one that would allow a fair recovery and not to get back up to a certain level of maintenance and development versus taking many years to do that.
Understood that if it increases more or drops and you want to recoup that and it might exceed a 10% increase to
Absolutely,
recoup.
without having to go through a petition process.
Okay.
Still, I mean, let's say we take the 2016 base rent, which is sort of, and we drop below that. So we have a starting point that we're given a base rent, and everybody knows is that, okay, there's a gap in there, and how can we adjust it quickly, fairly, and efficiently versus the petition process. And that's what I'm asking, to see if we could get that included.
So some considerations for a mechanism like that, it would take additional work to review the CSFRA for that concept. The other component is we would likely need some kind of rent registry to know where the rents were originally, and that would allow the rents to be reset to what it was before a downturn in order to know what they were prior to rent decreases. So there would be some administrative implementation components as well as cost likely that would need to be considered.
We don't have a rent registry now? I thought that was one of the first things that we were looking to get done.
Currently, we do have a rent registry, but it's voluntary at this point, so it's not, we don't have a complete rent registry.
Well, if you implement this, you might get landlords jumping in a lot quicker to protect themselves down the road. And okay, so it's something that could be considered as an addition to this amendment, or something that could be directed to the RFC, or how could we want to move forward with something like that?
Just to chime in here to reiterate what Wayne said, I mean, I think what you're talking about certainly is legally possible. It will require drafting, and just a reminder that tonight is your last chance if you want to put this item on the March ballot. So any substantive changes, you just need to keep that in mind.
What happens on December 6th?
December 6th, I believe, is the deadline to get to the county, and we don't have another regular meeting before then, unless you want to have a regular meeting on the Tuesday of Thanksgiving week, which currently we do not have scheduled.
Okay. Yeah, I'll sign up for that. Okay, the next question I had that was not, I had a question on. So I asked the question about the ability to improve the life of the building would also, and the question would that also apply if it were to do one unit? Let's say one unit needed some major retrofitting or so forth. But here's what's confusing is the answer was, yes, it could, but the improvement of the one unit must benefit the majority of the tenants. So how can it be, if you got 20 units and, there's some water damage or something that brings it up, how is it, you can't do both. Either you can improve one, but how is that going to benefit the majority of the tenants?
Well, in regards to water damage, that might affect other units or prevent damage from other units. But in regards to answering that question, it was more thinking maybe, for example, seismic retrofits have been mentioned. And so if one unit was needed to shore up the entire building, then that would be an eligible capital improvement.
Well, but I was thinking more simple. Sometimes somebody wants to come in and, do a retrofit of the building. The plumbing hasn't been changed in that particular unit for 20, 30 years, and they want to, start doing some upgrades. That's what I was driving at, not this retrofit. So based on that kind of scenario, can they do it, or do you still have to benefit the majority of the whole tenants?
If they're redoing all the plumbing throughout the building, that would certainly be.
Okay, no, let's just try to keep it to one unit, potentially, or a few.
Just the plumbing in
Well,
one unit.
I'm trying to use an example where there's coming in and there's a considerable cost of bringing it up to standards or extending the life of the building.
That could be evaluated, but retrofitting one unit and extending the life of the building might extend the life of the unit. But that's something that can certainly be considered. But I think it was more, the intent was to extend the life of the entire building.
Well, that's what I want clarity. So if somebody wanted to retrofit a building or remodel one particular unit, then that wouldn't qualify because it's only one unit and not the benefit of the.
If I can add, I think conceptually those situations could occur. What the RHC would do is to take the amendments, if passed, and develop the program that would align with what the amended CSFRA states. They would develop the procedures and the elements by which it meets that guiding principle that it would need to benefit the tenant and how to pass on those costs. So I think what you're identifying in terms of a potential possibly could occur, but that would be fleshed out through the RHC implementation and designing the program to align with the intent of that capital improvement and what the amendments are intended to accomplish.
So our amendment, potentially the city amendments would make this process easier or better defined of how it would move forward?
The notion of this separate petition process for individual increase would be to facilitate and streamline that process, something different than the fair return process.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. So first, there was a question submitted by a council member about a limitation to the number of RHC seats that could be assigned to non-residents who own property subject to Measure V in Mountain View. And so the answer that was given is a limit was not discussed, but within the CSF right now, is there not a limit to two maximum property owners, managers, and I guess folks in the real estate business generally? So this the practical limit would be the existing limitation of some maximum 2. Okay, so it was unclear to me whether that was intended to be provided in the response. And the other question I have is, regardless of what we do with the amendments, we Measure V subject properties, CSFRA properties, would always be subject to the state anti-gouging law. So, you know, you would never be allowed to go beyond what the state currently caps in terms of rent increases. Is that true?
Our understanding is that of the state or any city ordinance or program, the stricter component prevails.
Okay, so just to sort of illustrate the point, we have the 10% maximum, but in the CSFRA right now. But if the anti-gouging law, CPI plus 5% ends up being 8.5%, then the maximum in the city of Mountain View would be 8.5%. So the aggregate rent increase, AGA plus capital improvements and that kind of thing.
Our team is not incorrect,
Okay,
yes.
got it. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Abe-Koga.
Thank you. So just following up on Councilmember Ramirez's question, I just wanted to clarify when we talk about the eligibility of non-resident property owners, that does include property managers, I think, because right now we have one on the RHC, I believe. So is that a category, or are we restricting it to just property owners now?
During discussions with the subcommittee, I don't recall any discussions about property managers or any other real estate professional in rental, with rental properties, but if that's something.
Yes, I guess I was trying to recall the criteria, the original criteria, and I believe one of the current members is a property manager, not a owner, but we counted that individual as in one of those seats, the 2 seats. And so I just wanted to clarify that we're not changing that to make it more stringent to property owners only, but we're allowing for what we've been doing, status quo.
I think if the council's intent is it for to be anyone who fits the category as in the current CSFRA that includes property owners, we'll make sure that the wording says that. But I'm not sure exactly what it says now. I think we were interpreting the intent as only property owners. But you can, if your intent is that it's anyone in that current category, it can reflect that.
Yeah, we'll be happy to make that change to reflect the council direction, whatever that may be.
Okay, great, thank you. And then regarding the RHC, so this was something that actually came up during our appointments review committee meeting last week. Our other commission members usually start their term January 1st, I believe, or the first Tuesday of January. But the RHC members, and I think this was just because of the implementation, their terms start in April. And we were talking about the possibility of aligning RHC with the other commission appointments. If we were to include that this evening, would that be a substantial change, or do you think we can do that tonight without having to add a meeting on the 26th?
Language would have to be drafted, but I think that could be
It wouldn't affect the ballot language because it's not that specific in there, correct?
I think that can be accomplished as long as the motion is clear. I think that can be something that can be done tonight.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then finally, going back to Councilmember McAllister's questions, I think this is similar, but I did express this concern at the subcommittee when we talk about sustainability measures like the REACH codes that we just did earlier. That's for new building, but we will be wanting to encourage existing buildings to do retrofits. And I know there was a clause there that as long as it benefits the tenants with lower utility costs or whatnot. And I guess from, the studies that the studying that I've done, it's not definitive that it would be it would be cost neutral, most likely at least, but there's no guarantee that it would be cost lower reduction. And so I guess that's my concern, is if we made that clause in there, would we really be inhibiting the possibility of sustainability improvements because it's not a cost reduction in things like utilities? So could we be more general about that?
Cost neutral or cost reduction?
So I would say, I can't, so I don't think we can guarantee cost reduction, possibly cost neutral,
Okay.
at least, or at the most, or I don't know which way it goes, but I think, does that make sense?
Might just ask the city attorney whether that would be a substantive change or if that is something that could be done here at the dais.
I'm sorry, I was looking at another change from the past question. Would you mind just repeating that?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
So, and I'll just give an example. Let's say solar panels. When I guess depending on how you look at the cost of those solar panels, it could be seen as maybe a cost reduction of your utility bills down the road. But the initial cost of putting the panels costs more. There's a cost. So if you average it out, it might end up being more than the current utility bill cost. So I guess I'm trying to avoid that, or the intent here is that we encourage more retrofits to include more sustainability measures. We said it needs to be a benefit of the tenant by seeing cost reductions, but depending on how you define those costs, it could be, initially higher, could be cost neutral. There's no guarantee it's going to be cost reduction right now, I think, with current technology. So that's,
right.
I don't want to inhibit sustainability improvements.
Yeah, I think there would, I'm just brainstorming, I'd look to Wayne also, there may be some language such as, and a measurable benefit. I don't know if it needs to necessarily be quantified as an actual reduction, but I'm open to Wayne's input on that also.
I think that's a possibility. When the subcommittee was deliberating on sort of the key principles for how to draft this language, no luxury improvements, and something to articulate that there needs to be a benefit to the tenant. So if there is the desire for the council to be more general, the RHC might still include this into procedures because they have the independence to implement it, but at this ordinance level, there may be a way to make it more general if that's the desire of the council.
Yeah, so if you could say reduction in carbon emissions is a benefit, then I'm fine with it. But if it's tied specifically to a financial benefit of, lowering your utility bill, then I think that becomes challenging, is what was trying to get at.
If council has any specific framing about if the concept of needing to benefit the tenant specifically should be there, and if there are any other additional parameters, and we can deliberate here real quickly with the team. But if is there a general concept that still remains as a guiding principle that the tenant should still benefit? And if so, maybe that notion remains here, but perhaps it becomes more general. To your notion about whether it could reduce carbon emissions, that seems to be broader than benefiting any particular tenant. So if that is something that the council was thinking about, that may be a change in the guiding principle.
Okay, yes, because I think at some point we did talk about our sustainability goals as a city and contributing to that, which would be right, but not financial benefit. So, thank you.
So I had a follow-up question on the base rent issue that Councilmember McAllister brought up. And I think I understand what you're trying to address, but I'm wondering if we've seen in other cities how that might be addressed. I can't imagine at this late hour trying to incorporate it into this, but are there other cities that have addressed that in another way, like maybe in the lease, or I don't know if that's possible?
I'm going to turn to see if maybe Karen or Justin may have examples.
Excuse me, Karen Tiedemann, Goldfarb and Lippman. There are cities that do have a base rent concept, but most cities also have a limitation on the maximum rent increase per year. So in terms of bringing people back up to base, that's going to be problematic with those limitations. So I can't think of another jurisdiction that essentially allows you to go up to base if you've gone below without a petition. And with 1482, we are going to be limited anyway on annual increases for these units. So that's going to be our ultimate cap annually. So you wouldn't be able to go back up under 1482.
And you couldn't do it in a lease?
No, the tenants can't waive their rights under the state law or under the CSFRA, and putting in the lease is essentially a waiver.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, I just had a couple of follow-up questions. So by not allowing a base rent, you're disincentivizing the landlord to drop their rate, potentially. Okay, so they'll keep them artificially high. Okay, that's one unintended consequence. And then to Councilmember Lucas Ramirez's question, there was this thing that qualified. And again, we're using a lot of language that can be defined many ways. So will there be something a little better in there that says, if no qualified Mountain View resident? What does that mean? The experience, the position, their profession? Does it mean that, if we have 2 seats, they're only qualified for those seats? Or does it mean their professional experience and their life experiences?
Well, I think at the subcommittee that was, we were asked to put that in, and I think the idea was that we give the council some discretion in terms of determining qualifications for the appointment, because the council makes the appointments.
So it could be a lot of things then, right? So when you say discretion, was there any discussion among the council, the subcommittee, to try to make it a little tighter than not qualified? You could have 2 people that lives in Mountain View and doesn't, and yet you go, well, this person has more experience, but, then you're starting to go, well, okay, this is how that judgment goes, and that's why I was trying to maybe have examples or 2 or, something more quantifiable. Of that, so.
I don't think we got too specific, but the interest was to find folks who have some more technical experience in this industry. So, I guess the example would be you have a resident who isn't in the industry versus a non-resident who might be a property owner, then we would be able to choose the non-resident because of their experience.
So are you looking particularly, would all seats be up for determination, or just the 2?
Just the 2 property
owners
owner category, which I think includes managers and, Mayor brought it up, it talks about realtors, developers, property managers.
I just wanted to get a little bit of clarity on that. Thank you.
I was just going to comment on that. One of the things we talked about was not being too prescriptive in the charter amendments that we propose. And something like that, I think, could be addressed through council policy or some other kind of regulation. So we don't necessarily have to be so precise in our definition right now.
Any other council questions? Okay, seeing no one in the queue. Before I open this up for public input, can I see a show of hands of how many folks wishes to address the council on this topic tonight? Okay, each speaker will have 2 minutes, and if you can be sure to fill out a card before or after you speak and leave it with our city clerk, that would be great. And I want to remind folks tonight that there's probably a variety of perspectives on this topic, and it is my expectation that we'll listen to what folks have to say, and we'll do that without any signs of applause or booing. We're just going to listen. We can learn from others, and we're going to listen respectfully. So if you want to address the council, please come up.
Hi, B. Hansen, Mountain View Mobile Home Alliance. I'll be very brief. I am concerned about the annual general adjustment. Every time I talk to any of my residents, they are very worried about what is going to happen. CPA, even CPI is high for a lot of people. Next year, we are facing a COLA of only 1.6% for Social Security increase. We are now, in Santiago Villa alone, it's 3.5 AGA. Other parks have much higher. Moore Park has, I think, a 12% problem now. And in addition, we are going to have an increase in Medicare cost Part B of 7%. So, you know, this mounts up over years. Most people who are on Social Security or SSI are spending over half of their checks at minimum on rent. I will continue to hammer on this issue as many chances as you give me.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Deb Henningsen. I'm a Mountain View resident, and tonight I am representing the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. And VCSP is opposed to amendments that undermine CSFRA's core tenets. Renters represent a major vulnerable demographic in our community, including both lower income and missing middle folks, and therefore deserve the kind of special considerations we've been talking about on multiple fronts in our comment letters. Our members also less than fondly remember the voter confusion and disengagement when there were previously 2 rent stabilization related initiatives on the ballot. One of our efforts as a community organization is to reach out to voters and try to encourage engagement and increase voter education on hyperlocal issues. And the competing ballot measures made the overall discussion confusing and discouraging. Frankly, we got a lot of type of shrugs from many average voters that we talked to. Therefore, we recommend that the city not proceed with its own ballot initiative. As the League of Women Voters previously stated in their comment letter, there are very few modifications which are significant enough in the city's proposed amendment to warrant an election. If the city did decide to proceed with an initiative, we strongly oppose changing the AGA. And as staff has already pointed out, most cities with rent control in California use CPI as their standard, with 1% less than CPI being quite common for rent increases. And Mountain View's CSFRA, which is 100% of CPI, seems very reasonable and fair to landlords by itself and by comparison. A higher annual increase would make it difficult for tenants who do not typically get raises as high as CPI. Tying annual rent increases to CPI is one of the core principles of this ordinance, of the charter amendment, and we encourage you not to change this. In addition, we believe council should work quickly to pass an ordinance regarding mobile home park space and clarify in that ordinance how funding will be provided if RHC is asked to monitor it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Alex here. I asked a bunch of people in the community about the AGA, and none of them support an increase to the AGA. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Serge Bont, Mountain View resident. So I tried to decipher, not only what's presented here, but also the packet. This is clear as mud. And I don't think it's going to be any clearer at the end of the day. And I think it's a mistake to try to push it to a March 2020 election. It's not going to be clear to the community what's there. I don't think it's going to be clear to you. And I don't think you're going to even be able to put any sort of cogent argument pro or against that ballot. I think instead, if you want to pursue this, you should put it to November, and because it would give you more time to really, read even the ballot measure. Putting it in November would give us time to also assess how serious you are about addressing mobile homes. Right now, the ballot is to say that's not going to be part of a charter amendment, and there is only a vague promise of a study session early in 2020 without any sort of guarantee or indication of what sort of ordinance would be put in place, nor even what sort of ordinance you would be supporting. So it feels a bit like a bait and switch there. I think also that when it comes to jacking up the rents, either through a change in AGA or more lenient pass-throughs, you should really study the impact. Whenever you set up fees and so on for developers, there is a financial feasibility study that's done to see when projects pencil out. Do one for the tenants. What's the financial feasibility for tenants to stay in Mountain View based on your things? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Joan McDonald. I'm speaking for the League and Advocates for Affordable Housing on one issue and myself for two others. The question of whether the full text of the amendments, the ballot issues, should be in the voter information booklet, as far as we are concerned, should be a non-issue. Of course, the full text must be there. It's the only way that voters can know what it is they're voting about. On another issue, we absolutely agree that the AGA should remain at CPI. A flat rate, no matter what the flat rate is not for the benefit of our residents, but rather a way for fair rate of return to be overturned, or rather ignored in terms of any formula. And you're looking at ways to avoid using the fair rate of return by saying, no, we don't need petitions. We'll just have these streamlined efforts. That is really not what the voters voted for.
Thank you. Next, please.
I'm Tim McKenzie, Mountain View resident. I just wanted to say I'm against any changes to the annual general adjustment. I voted for Measure V, and I was pleased with it when it passed. And following up on the comment of Measure V versus Measure W, I looked into it. I was for Measure V over the other ones. I'm upset with the continual attempts to change anything with Measure V. And in terms of getting sort of a baseline of rent, I just want to share a story of one of my coworkers who recently had to take time out of his day to go to the Rental Housing Commission because his landlord was trying to increase rent past what was legal. And the system is working. He was able to keep it within the limits that were set. So I wanted to sort of say, no changes to the AGA.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Philip Cosby, representing the Capacito at St. Athanasius. I'd like to be clear that from the standpoint of tenants, there's nothing in the proposed amendment that's going to benefit them. And yet, here we are, going to a great deal of work, to craft changes to Measure V. We recommend that you not put something on the ballot. I understand that there's pressure to have a streamlined process to recover expenses, but why on earth can't the petition process serve that role? If people are complaining about providing sufficient financial information, to get through the petition process, bear in mind that the voter-approved initiative that will be also on the ballot would require tenants to provide that same detailed financial information. So my recommendation is do not do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Carol Meyer, fourplex owner in Mountain View. I want to tell you a story about my grandmother who had some units in Berkeley, and rent control came in the 70s. When she died, she was in a wheelchair. She was 98 years old and legally blind. And because of rent control, she couldn't afford her own care. And I'm not going to let that happen to me. So I probably will be selling my units, because when I sit here and listen to all the restrictions on top of restrictions on top of restrictions, I want to caution the council, you don't want to be so heavy-handed in your efforts to help people who have income problems, and I don't doubt that they do, but you don't want to sit there and put all that burden on just a small subclass of Mountain View owners. You wouldn't like somebody to sit there and restrict your income and say you can only get a certain amount and you can't get any more. And Safeway doesn't lower their prices for me. Roofers don't lower their prices for me, and I need a new roof on my units. And all kinds of expenses go up, and up. Craftsmen cost a lot of money now. I don't consider myself a landlord. I consider myself a housing provider. And I try very hard to provide safe, clean, sanitary, up-to-date, to-code housing. So when you do this, you have to allow enough return to give an incentive. It's not just like clipping coupons. There is a lot of work involved in being a housing provider. So when you consider what you're going to do, please think you have to be fair-minded and not just listen to people who would like their rent held down, and I understand why they do it and why they need it, etc. But you can't just put that whole burden on just housing providers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Alec Brown, also Mountain View Mobile Home Alliance. Yeah, it seems like everything's becoming more complicated instead of less. The conflation of the AGA with the fair rate of return petition process has made this really messy. Anyway, mobile homes. Please make sure that when you do this, that you account for the fact that if this doesn't pass, that there still needs to be a process to help mobile home residents. If you exclude it from the CSFRA and do not have the ability to delegate to the RHC, what is the next path? How would you account for that? How would you handle us? How will you help us? Don't depend on this passing in order to be able to add protections for mobile home residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I represent, my name's Andrew, and I'm a housing provider in Mountain View. And I'd encourage these revisions to go through. The rate of return that has been set at CPI does not keep up with the costs that are involved with being a housing provider. Some of the things Council Member McAllister talked about today, consideration of costs through and in and over a cycle. These types of rent control procedures make it very difficult over a longer period for us to provide a quality housing stock, and those restrictions, coupled with the restrictions outlined in the petition process, make it difficult, especially for for older units serving a lower income community for the owners of those types of units to keep up. My recommendation is to consider these revisions in order to protect that type of housing stock and allow for the housing stock to maintain its health in the city of Mountain View. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Reina Dominguez from Rock Street. I still live over there. So I'm asking you to keep Measure B. We still have some struggles with housing, and I think having Measure B we can still allow to live over here in Mountain View, but the renters, like right now, I'm looking for a place to live. The renters still making money, charging water, garbage, and I don't know how they do that because not any apartment has their own meter to see how much water we spend or to see how much garbage we spend. They just charge whatever, I think whatever they want, or I don't know how that works. They don't explain that part. To get an apartment, we have to show that we get money. We make money 3 times as the rent cost, which is we can make that much money. I mean, we don't get that much money an hour. We get like about $17 to show the money. We have to get like between $28 to $30 an hour to get that much money monthly. To saying like to working 320 hours, my husband and I, and then that's too hard. So I don't know if the rates of the workers can go up, and then we can make that much money. So keep the Mayor B. I think it's a good idea to stay there for us. Can you please consider that part? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Lenny Siegel, long-term Mountain View homeowner. The only reason I could see to raise the AGA, the annual general adjustment, would be to transfer wealth from tenants, many of whom are overburdened with rent payments, to housing investors. Housing investors are limited in their property tax increase to 2% a year under Prop 13, and they usually have fixed rate mortgages. So their expenses are overall not going up as much as most people's expenses are going up. So there was an argument that somehow a slight increase in rent would somehow prevent the demolition of apartments. I think that's pretty far-fetched. There's a lot of money to be made even in building townhouses where apartments were, even if the rents stay the way they are. So I'm expecting that if you have any AGA increase, that people who work to pass Measure V will work to defeat the council measure. So if you really think there's benefit in anything else you're putting into this, it's going to go down to defeat. Secondly, the pass-through issue. I, last year, advocated looking at pass-throughs, particularly for earthquake retrofit. We as a tenant movement, tenant advocacy movement, have not had a chance to discuss the language that's in here. A lot of people think it's too broad. The more you broaden it, you know, like for greenhouse gas emissions or something like that, the more likely it is that people will work to defeat the ordinance. Because people know what's going on in the city. They know who dominates the city council. They know who dominates the rental housing committee. They don't trust that any little loophole will just stay a little loophole, but it'll be so big that you can drive an apartment redevelopment through it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public input portion and bring it back to council. Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I just want to get a little clarity on the a fixed rate. Is that also to minimize the number of petitions, or if we go to a fixed rate, will therefore the landlord cannot petition for some more money? Does it streamline it, or it's, you know, sort of a balance act that you know, if they're getting this much more over here, then they can't petition for something else, or is there a give and take on both sides if there's a fixed rent, an increase?
I believe a fixed rate does not preclude them from the petition process. It's just a way to calculate the AGA. But if there are certain capital improvements they wish to include, I think that could be.
So with the extra money, then their capital improvements would go, but they still would have they would still be able to ask for a petition to get more? That's what I was trying to figure out, if there's, you know, hey, we're going to do this, you got to cap this type deal. But no?
Just to add to Tim's comment, some of the options that you've seen, and for example, using San Jose as an option, the option between fixed flat rate of 5%, but the banking was removed, was one way to seek some balance between having a higher but fixed rate. And the other option was CPI with banking, as the city currently has. The other options in front of you, options 2 and 3, I think seek to have some of that give and take that you're referring to. So potentially higher than the CPI, CPI plus 1, or 4 and 5, removing the banking option. Option 4 is potentially higher than CPI, depends on where that flat rate is, but it reintroduces the banking option under option 4. To Tim's point, even with a fixed flat rate, the ability to have a fair return petition process would still apply under the current set of amendments. And if the current amendments go forward and is passed, there would be that that second petition process for that separate individual rent pass-through for those eligible costs, sustainability, extending the useful life, and code requirements. So those two other petition processes would still be available, even if there were a fixed flat rate, if the council voted that way.
Okay. And then my last question is, have you looked to see that if there was a slight increase in the AGI, would it be a deterrent from people converting their naturally affordable units into something else throughout either cities or in the region, that's an incentive enough to prevent them from turning them over?
I think that's a difficult question to answer. You'll hear a variety of perspectives about what might motivate a landlord to stay in the business or to exit the business. The current set of modifications introduces the petition process to allow another way for recovering capital improvement costs. And I think looking at how Mountain View compares with the other cities that have rent stabilization is probably somewhere in the middle. I think it's very difficult to say whether dialing this variable a little bit here, first, whether that variable leads to a certain outcome, and then dialing that variable a little bit differently would change that outcome. I think those are all very difficult questions to definitively answer.
And so I'm going to open this up to the committee. Maybe you guys could give me a little bit of your insight of this one option, if it goes particular to let's say 4%, what was your thinking? Or just hypothetically, the 4%, and what do you expect from the outcome and the rationale behind it? So, Lucas or...
Councilmember Clark is in the queue.
It's for a question, but I can respond to that, and the other committee members can jump in. So I don't think it, I think the committee generally felt that something more than 5% would be a pretty tough sell. Like 5% itself would probably be a pretty tough sell. I think we had at least one committee member who felt that any increase would be from CPI would be a tough sell. I generally, personally, as I expressed at our last council meeting on this, prefer something that floats CPI plus some number. And so what we've tried to do is But, you know, I don't feel so strongly about that one particular item that, you know, I would vote against this whole thing if we're able as a council to come up with what we feel is a compromise. So, so that's where we got into this, you know, look, we as a committee can't, you know, feel that the AGA is an important enough factor that it should be decided by the full council. And you know, and so let's present them with the range of options and sort of let us discuss this and let us decide. And I think part of, you know, what I had talked about in terms of the CPI is, as we know, the CPI is, you know, primarily that's $1 today is equal to $1 a year from now. It's not really a return. It's not meant to be a rate of return, right? And so if we're trying to figure out a way in which to, you know, better get, better ensure that folks are able to make enough of a return that they aren't necessarily taking units off the market down the road, whether it's happening now or not, then it probably needs to be something more than just what inflation provides. And I know there are a lot of other factors in that. Some of the costs are fixed and all these things, but that's sort of where we got into this range of our upper limit is probably 5%, and CPI is sort of the floor, and here are the options in between. Some options in between, one that floats, a few that are fixed, some that include banking or don't, because you know, that factors into it too. But that's, if others feel differently, feel free to chime in. Otherwise, I'm going to jump into my question, which was for staff. It's just, so let's say this, if this were to pass, what do you think is a reasonable implementation timeline for the sort of the initial set of sort of the separate process for certain capital improvements? Would that be, because I know getting the RHC up and running by itself was a year, a little more. Would it probably take a year? Would it take 2 years? I'm just trying to get a sense of like what a reasonable timeline would be that to expect, if it's, you know, roughly a year or more than that or less than that, to sort of have those public meetings and then lay everything out.
In discussion with staff, other staff, looking to estimate about 6 months because it's a little more of a focused petition process versus the larger scale MNOI process.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hicks.
Okay, first I have a procedural question. I was going to start going down my answer to question number 1, but are we on a second round of questions?
No, it was just me.
Okay, just Chris. Okay. So I'm going to make, for question 1, which is about the annual general adjustment, I'm going to make a pitch for number 1, which is keeping the AGA unchanged at 100% of CPI. And my reasoning is, first, that a lot of local cities, they do that or less than that. Second, if we want the rest of this initiative to take force, I just have doubts that people will vote for it if we pick any of those other options. And then third, my family has owned, not myself, but my family has owned rental property in Berkeley for quite some time and have never had any problems making repairs or improvements because they just take out home equity loans. The value of their property has gone up so much that they believe that they've made a great investment and can afford to take out equity loans and make repairs. So I think we'll be fine if we just keep with the annual general adjustment that we have. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Abikoga.
Thank you. So, first of all, I'd like to thank many people for this effort, starting with our staff. When we started this process, and it's been a relatively short period of time, I understand. Um, there were a lot of, I would say, there were many issues, many elements that we wanted to cover, and frankly, I know some may have different opinion, but that we've come to this in such a short amount of time is, to me, very impressive. And I want to thank staff and all of our staff for our collective work on this. I'm very impressed, actually, very, very impressed. And I want to thank my committee. I had the honor of chairing this subcommittee. I think we worked very well through the meetings that we had and got through a lot of material. So, I think regardless of the outcome, we should be proud of the work that has been done. And I want to thank the entire council for engaging in this. And, the reason being or why we are here is because we've heard the challenges. We've seen the challenges. It really started with the capital improvements issue, and I think we've really come, to have a package that is well put together. I was just emailing someone the other day about another issue, but we do our best to answer to the many concerns of the community. Not everybody gets everything they want all the time. I think some of us try to adhere to the 80-20 rule or something like that. And I think this is really an attempt to build a compromise. The reason being that we do have to, and the part of the second half of this discussion could be about the voter-initiated measure that we will have to put on the ballot next year, I believe. I don't think we can wait until the 2022. So, in light of that, is there something we can craft that hopefully, we get most people comfortable or at least settled with, so that we can put this issue hopefully to rest, and move on with the many other issues we have. I think that, we've heard from the property owners, housing providers, whatever you want to call them, that the current CSFRA is challenging. I think it's challenging in light of the need for the city to have seismic retrofits and other improvements. So I think, this is important. There's definitely a lot of cleanup that needed to be done. Everything I think we've built consensus on other than the AGA. And the reason, and I wanted to answer Councilmember McAllister's question, I think Councilmember Clark covered a lot of it, but it's, I would say I advocated for a flat rate because I think that there's a question or issue of predictability and folks wanting to have that predictability, and a flat rate would provide that. I think, to me, I believe that this is an attempt to try to incentivize housing providers to stay in the market and not take their rental units off. It's, another, right now it's 3.5 CPI, so this is 4, it's a 0.5%. And I guess I was looking at it the other way. Is it worth, trying to, keep folks in the market? Is that 0.5% right now, which on a $2,000 rent is $10 a month? Is that right? I have my math right? Yeah. Is that worth it? And that's how I look at this is, what is the cost benefit? And to me, it is. It might be 2% is the floor for CSFRA, and it goes to 4%, and that's like a $40 difference a month. Like, is it worth that to avoid a big battle on the other initiative, hopefully, and to try to, get everyone to a place where we can feel comfortable? So that's the question, the main question I think we're trying to answer. So I'm open, but I think it has to be more than CPI to incentivize. I like the flat rate idea. I think I agree 5% was not getting a lot of support. So going under that is fine. If you know, I've asked council members in other cities that have rent control. Los Gatos is one, San Jose the other. You know, I asked Los Gatos, they seem very comfortable with what they have at 5%, don't have a lot of challenges. So, you know, 5% is there, but I know San Jose is contesting that, or there's a possible contesting of the 5%. So if we want to go lower, I'm comfortable with that. So I'm making my pitch for, you know, it could be, yeah, under 5% banking. Option 4. Thanks.
Councilmember Clark?
Yeah, and as I said earlier, well, I've shared with all of you, previously that my preference was for something that floats. I think if simplifying this to a flat 4% is what gets this across the line, as sort of a happy medium, CPI is currently mid 3s, right? It's not that much more than the current CPI. CPI may rise above 4% in some years, but at least it's capped at that point, and there's an overall cap of in that case there's an overall cap of 5. So I think we're actually sort of limiting it in some way. So anyway, that's a long way of saying that, if my colleagues are most comfortable with a flat rate, then I'm willing to go there. And if folks feel that 4 is the fair compromise, then I'm open to that. I don't think that's so far above where CPI has hovered in the last few years in frankly an up market that it would it's too much. I just don't feel it's too much of an adjustment. I think it's a fair adjustment.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is the AGA is the component of the amendment that I've struggled with the most because it's the most exposed component. I think I think one of the things that the subcommittee has been sensitive to is the electoral viability of the measure, and I think that's challenging without the benefit of public polling and just given the complexity of many of the issues we've contended with. But I think I agree. The work that staff has done, sort of fleshing out the direction provided by the council and the subcommittee, has been remarkable. Starting with just sort of the brainstorming initially and ending up where we have, I've been really pleased with the end result. And as the vice mayor said, there was a lot of compromise involved in this. And listening to the public testimony from, in the context of both the subcommittee and the couple of council meetings we've talked about this, that's why the AG is so tough. I know we hear you and we understand that this is a number that's very sensitive because it has material impacts not only on the rental property owners, but also the folks who are going to be paying the rent. So all that said, I appreciate the vice mayor's addition, option 4, because I think it speaks to the kind of compromise that we'll need to come to. And 5% was always a really hard sell for me. 4%, as Councilmember Clark expressed, feels like a reasonable compromise. It's not a significant increase over CPI. And most importantly, CPI historically has been over 4%. So it does sort of limit that upward potential for a rental property owner in the event there's, if inflation increases and we end up with, a CPI above 4%. So it could potentially have a material benefit to tenants in the future. And I think, as hard it is for me to move on this, I think I would be comfortable with proceeding with a 4% compromise, just because of that factor that it's not that much of an increase, and CPI itself is volatile and could exceed 4%. The only thing I would suggest is there were a lot of other ideas and amendments proposed, and some of those I was not totally comfortable with. I like what was in the draft amendment that staff provided, and I don't really want to get lost in a lot of other material changes because some of them I think could get quite complex. I've been committed to proceeding with a March ballot, and I don't want to keep revisiting this. So if there are significant changes, then I guess we'll have that discussion. But my preference would be that the AGA be sort of the final detail that we provide direction on, and then discuss the rest of the questions.
Can we clarify, is that 4% with banking or without banking?
With banking, and the reason I'm comfortable with that is because we still have the state anti-gouging law that provides a practical upper limit. So if we want to just be clear about like a 1-year banking, I'm cool with that. But I think there's also if CPI ends up being roughly where it has been, the maximum rent increase, AGA plus capital improvements plus whatever else you can allow increases for, still can't exceed what the state limits a rental property owner to in a given year. So I think that's a meaningful protection, and that's why I'm fairly comfortable with allowing that.
So I appreciate the work of the committee. I'm glad we didn't do this as a full council. But I'm sure there are lots of good discussions on the committee, and I appreciate where you have come to at this point. Obviously there's different perspectives on this issue. For me, I was interested in making some tweaks to the CSFRA because when we discussed making seismic retrofits mandatory, and there was no way under the CSFRA to address the cost of that in any way, that was a concern for me because I think it's really important to have a mandatory seismic retrofit program, but also provide a way for the property owner to ultimately recover those costs. So I appreciate the subcommittee or the committee looking at other areas that might be similar to that and asking the RHC to develop a separate petition process for those. I view this as one of the tools in our toolbox to address concerns we've heard about units being taken off the market and folks being displaced. So if there's a way to have a little bit more ability to recover your costs, then that's why I'm supportive of this, because I'd prefer to not have displacement of folks, and I think this is just one of the many tools we have to address that, in addition to the others that we've talked about and we'll talk about again. So in terms of the one outstanding issue, it sounds like we're kind of circling around maybe a flat rate of 4% and banking. And I appreciate the comments about historically what the CPI has been. It doesn't sound like it's too far from historical levels. And knowing that lots of people like predictability, seems like everyone likes predictability, whether you're a developer, you're a renter, you're a property owner. And so I think I can be supportive of the 4% plus banking. And I just wanted to clarify on the non-residents who could potentially be appointed to the RHC, while the category includes 4 groups of folks: the housing provider, property manager, realtor, and developer. I'm really mostly just interested in housing provider and property manager, but you would have to be a property manager of units in Mountain View or own units in Mountain View. Because we have seen that a lot of the housing providers, especially of the smaller complexes, don't necessarily live here and were therefore ineligible to be on the RHC. So it's only the 2 of the 4 that I'm interested in. Councilmember Hicks.
So in the spirit of compromise, because it seems like we're settling at around 4%, I don't think I'll be voting for 4% with banking, but if it goes to 4% without banking, then I would join you. Thank you.
Councilmember Clark.
So I originally had a similar notion, and then because I didn't think it was really being utilized, and I learned, I think there's a council question about this, maybe it's actually utilized, it's actually being utilized more more heavily than I expected, and I think, frankly, I just think that's actually a bigger change than I expected it would be. And I think the other piece of that is the implementation of taking that away is, I think, a little complicated, because you basically set a date at which, okay, the banking goes away. You know, how do you deal with stuff that's already banked? I think, I just think that aspect of it would be a little complicated, and that combined with the number of people who are already sort of counting on that, I think would cause me just to say, I think it's better just to leave the current sort of banking structure in place, unless we were going to something like 5% or something, you know, significantly above CPI, and then I think it absolutely makes sense to sort of remove that. But I think in this instance, since we're staying fairly close to CPI, and in some cases, it wasn't terribly long ago that inflation was. I guess it has been a while, but I know inflation's been significantly above where it is today, and 4% would actually be below it. So anyway, I just think that I think we should just leave the current banking language and structure in there, rather than take it out and have to deal with what happens with everything that's already banked.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you. One other thing I forgot. So I thought Councilmember Clark brought up a good point about clarity and predictability about when this would go into effect, and specifically the AGA component. And I think so. I know staff's preference, I think, is to remove it, but I do think specifying September, just to make sure we're operating on the same time frame and not allowing for the unpredictability of the rental housing committee changing that would be my strong preference.
I had a proposal around that.
Okay. So I'm interested in hearing your proposal, but I do want to be more specific than to just leave it sort of up in the air.
Well, sort of. So I think what's problematic here is that some of these things are tied to other things that I was going to talk about in the second point, but I'll sort of spoil the surprise and say on the AGA, what I was going to suggest is that it's I don't feel comfortable putting staff on the spot tonight and saying, should it be September? My guess is that September was sort of tied to a CPI data release cycle, maybe, I don't know, and it's enough time to sort of implement things, I don't really know. But I was going to say, just put some parameters around it and say, if we're going to say 4%, it shall be equal to 4%, effective on a date determined by the committee, the RHC, but no later than January 1st, 2021. So if they want to stick with their current September cycle, that's fine. If they want to move to a calendar year, then they can do it on January 1, 2021. That way, no one's getting like a double increase or anything like that. But it sets a date by which it all, basically there's certainty around, it's not going to be later than January 1. But it could be a date determined by the committee that they feel is appropriate. And And if you're worried that it might be sooner than September 1, if that's your concern, then that will be addressed in a later suggestion that I have in terms of the effective date of this whole thing if it's adopted.
Yes, one of my concerns is, one of the reasons I feel like we did this is we were trying to keep things simple. And I'm kind of concerned that that would add complexity.
I'm fine picking a date as long as staff feels comfortable tonight that, yeah, it should be September 1, or actually like the same cycle as minimum wages and all those other things, all those other schedules that we do increases for makes more sense. So if I was just trying to provide a little bit of flexibility if we didn't know the answer tonight. And so if we think we know the right answer tonight, then I'm happy to go with that.
Well, if the current cycle is September, it seems like keeping it at September would be the simplest approach from my perspective. And why would that be an issue?
Based on a bit of discussion, that seems to, next year's September would be consistent with what is currently practiced, and that wouldn't be an issue from staff's perspective.
Because we had the opportunity, this one opportunity to change it, I just wanted to, if they wanted to change it, I was going to be okay with that. But if they're comfortable with September, then that's fine. Oh, do you want me to make a motion then for, I guess, well, the motion for everything later when we should read everything. So not really doing a motion now, but I would just like straw motion or show of hands. So I would say that I think it's section 1707, which deals with the AGA, and I think staff had proposed the annual general adjustment shall be equal to 4% effective on September, I guess it would be September 1st of 2020. Yeah, assuming it passes, but that's in there too, so.
And just to clarify, does that include banking or no banking?
With banking, so basically the current banking structure that's there, so we wouldn't modify. So I forget which of the provisions in the, it was section 3.3.
Yeah, I don't think you need to give us the provisions right now. I think right now, if we get the answers to the questions through straw votes, and then we'll come back at the end with the motion for everything.
Yeah, it was the section 3.3 that you noted.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question to follow up. The effective date, if this passed in March, then 4 months later, people would get, or 6 months down the road, another rent increase at a shorter time frame. I personally sort of like.
It's the same.
I know, but well, it goes up 3.5 or whatever the CPI is, then it bumps up. So what I like the idea of starting on January 1, 2021. It's a clean cut. You're making it simpler. You're giving people a break because the rent potentially could go up and gives them a little flexibility. So I know you were trying to be tying it into September 21st or letting the RHC do it, but if I would like to see some, again, compromise, and I think January 1st, 2021 would be, again, certainty that everybody was talking about is, okay, we know this date, and then every year you know something's going to come along. So that's a consideration I'd like you guys to consider.
Councilmember Ramirez.
So quick question on that. So from staff's perspective, is there, from an administrative point of view in terms of, when we get the information, how we promote it to rental property owners and to renters, what would be sort of the material difference between going with September 1st or January 1st?
I think by now the landlords have an established annual review of the rent increases, and they do know that rent increases usually come at September 1, or some do a little later. There is also still the one rent increase per year provision, that will stay in the CSFRA. So if you now postpone that to January 21, they can't put a rent increase in on September 1, 2020 if they want to have the higher increase that then would be allowable on January 21. So those are considerations to think of.
Yeah, I think to add on to that, there would be a gap between September 2020 to January 1st, 2021. So there would just be some provision to probably allow for that, whether it's a prorating methodology or some such.
It's called a compromise. Give them, the tenants something.
I think it also adds to the complexity. I'd like to not make more changes than I feel like, that one has never been discussed before. And if the subcommittee had discussed that, I'd feel more comfortable, but I don't think they did. And I'd just like to leave it as is. Okay, so we want a straw vote by show of hands with Councilmember Clark's straw motion. So that's, are you voting, John?
4% thinking.
Or is your hand just like that?
Yeah, 4% is again a compromise. My big concern has always been, displacement, and I always said, let's find a balance to try it. And we need to do something because we're just going to continue to see units being torn down. And so even though it's not a much, it is a compromise, and hopefully it will be enough incentive for developers or landowners to keep their property and hopefully get their fair rate of return and enough money to be able to do maintenance. So it's a compromise.
Yep. So it passes 6-1 in the straw motion. So question 2, Councilmember Clark.
So this brings me to the second point. So my operating assumption here, so the whole reason that, I was willing to spend time on this is not just to find ways to increase rents on people. It's always been about the long-term sustainability of this measure. And so we went through a really bruising period, and I've been on council for a while. I've been involved with the city, not as long as several people here, but long enough to remember when things this divisive just weren't. I worry about the atmosphere that's been created, not just rent control, but other things. But rent control certainly over the last 4 years has been a really divisive issue. And so, even though I was originally opposed to Measure V, Measure V passed. I respect that, and it's the law, and we've worked really hard to implement it. And but it's not perfect. No measure is perfect. And as we've gotten into a few years into this, we've realized that there are certain technicalities that should be corrected. There may be ways to sort of adjust things and ensure that one, the measure lasts. The protections that voters voted for last for a long time to come, and two, that we don't have to fight this battle every 2 or 4 years or however often it is, where the landlords and other interests try and fight it, and we go through this really divisive period as a community every 2 or 4 years, where two sides who just frankly don't trust each other at all are at each other's throats, and it's not good for anyone, and a whole bunch of money is, in my opinion, wasted on one going one way or the other. And so the whole goal here for me was to try and get the landlord measure withdrawn, to make it go away, and to hopefully not get to a point where this isn't challenged this cycle or any future cycle. And while we probably aren't going to get any promises or anything from anyone on that, I feel personally that where we're landing tonight is probably not liked by the landlord and property owners at all. And I get that most tenants feel like there isn't a lot in here for them either. But I'm hoping to get to an equilibrium where not only do we not have to fight this battle this November, we don't have to fight this battle in any future November or whenever anything happens. And so I've worked really hard to try and find a way over the last several months to either to tie this to a withdrawal, like actually have some teeth behind it. So whether we've explored many different options for a lot of reasons because it's a charter amendment. Some of those things may be challenging, but I think I found a reasonable mechanism by which we can try and get to a point where we have, if this passes, get the other measure withdrawn. And so that's a long way of getting to. I think the scenario in which that works is if our measure is on the March ballot as soon as possible, we have an answer about whether or not it passes. And if it passes, then we have some leverage to get the landlord measure, if it's on the November ballot, withdrawn. Because I think what the compromise that we're talking about tonight is such that it's better for property owners than Measure V. It's certainly not what they want or what they'd hoped, but it might be enough that it's not worth fighting this battle this year or in future years. And so what I would propose is that we stick, and I really appreciate staff and everyone sort of putting up with the speed of this, but putting our measure on the March ballot, getting an answer yes or no on whether the voters will accept that. And if they do, then I think it's very possible that through some mechanisms in the language that I'll talk about in a minute, we may be able to get the landlord measure withdrawn, or at least have some means by which to approach them and say, is this really worth it? Because we as a community don't want to go through this anymore. And we're guessing they don't either. It's a lot of time and money and effort. And anyway, so that's what I would propose is March and November. March for ours, and then I think we can either stay silent on we don't have to address the already qualified measure tonight. I think we can put that on the November ballot at a later date.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you. So I have a very different opinion. My strong preference is for whichever ballot we select, that both measures go on that ballot. I don't want to, I disagree with the premise that we have meaningful leverage over what happens with the qualified initiative. The qualified initiative, by any metric, is better for the rental property community. And if the polling that they've conducted, if they want to run a campaign and feel that they have a viable measure, they will do that. And if we place our measure in March and it passes, it's already qualified. Why not, make the effort, right? We'll have to spend the money placing it on that second ballot, and there will still be a campaign, and it'll still be divisive and very costly. My preference would be I thought the staff recommendation in the report to include, I guess what may be poison pill language for some, but in the event that the council-initiated measure receives more votes, then if both measures pass, then our measure would supersede the other one. That would be my strong preference, and I could not support having two different rent control campaigns on two different ballots in the same year.
Vice Mayor Abikoka.
Thank you. So I want to also thank Councilmember Clark because he's been working really hard and trying to draft language here, and I know all of us have taken this very seriously. I agree. Part of the intent, and I said it in the beginning, was in hopes of finding some compromise, right, so that everyone can be happy with, and maybe try to avoid that expected battle. And I think it's it could be a very hard battle. So I I can't support putting both measures on the ballot. From a purely political perspective, and as folks have mentioned, past history, recent history, we had Measure V and Measure W, and it was clear that it was just very confusing. The other problem was Measure V had a campaign, but Measure W didn't. So it's just, politically, it takes a lot, and it takes a lot of effort to pass any measure. And having two that are very similar, it will confuse voters, and then I think it'll split resources. And so as a council, if we're going to put this measure on a ballot, I would like to make it as strong as it can be so that we can pass it. So I think that we should go forward with this on the March ballot. And then I don't know, I was going to ask you, Councilmember Clark, as you've talked to staff, it sounds like, is there language that we could use to tie the passage of this city council-initiated measure to the voter-initiated measure?
I think I don't want to get too far into the weeds. I think it would be. I think staff feels it would be challenging to tie an effective date to a withdrawal of a named measure. Mm-hmm. But not that it couldn't be done, but I think it complicates things a little bit. What I would propose, and that I think is very clearly within, in my opinion, within our authority, is to not tie the effective date or the implementation of the charter to a specific measure, but to basically very clearly state in the measure that we choose as a council when this becomes effective, as long as there's a date by which it would be effective. Mm-hmm. But we could make it effective sooner than that. And what I would propose, and others can chime in, and as can the city attorney and council, is either we do one of two things. Either we tie, we say the implementation of, for example, the capital improvement, basically putting all that in place, is delayed to a certain period of time, and it could be accelerated through the implementation. We could accelerate that through our authority if, for example, something happens that creates an atmosphere in which we think it makes sense to accelerate that. But I think an even simpler way to do it, would just be to say, we've already set a September 1 date for the increase. Mm-hmm. The deadline, if the landlord measure, qualified measure goes on the November ballot, their deadline to withdraw is in August. Uh-huh. And so if we say, basically this measure shall be effective on September 1, 2020, mm-hmm. Unless the city council by majority vote sets an earlier effective date, and an earlier effective date would mean the capital improvement stuff would start, or at least they'd start drafting that. It would probably be implemented a year or so sooner, some period of time sooner. I think that, too, frankly, is probably the greatest sort of change and benefit over time. And so I think if we were, there's going to be risk in anything that we add in here, but I think it's pretty clear to me that if as long as we say it's effective no later than this date, so if we take no action, it still becomes effective. We aren't subverting the voters, but we have the clear stated authority to set it to a date sooner if we feel that's in the best interest of the public and the implementation of all this. Then we have the ability to do that. And I think just having that drop dead date of September 1, 2020, which is after the withdrawal date, and it matches the rent increase now, that we, I think, have at least some mechanism by which to sort of ensure, yeah.
So I thought the effective date we were talking about was just for the AGA.
That's the effective date of the AGA, and that would be annually. But there's also in section 1720, there's the effective date of the charter amendment, which would normally be, I think, 10 days after we certify. And so what we're saying is instead of 10
Right, so,
days.
sorry, I was just clarifying, when you said, we already talked about the effective, that was just for the AGA.
I meant AGA effective date,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
I'm now
sorry.
talking about the charter amendment effective date. So
Right.
instead of just 10 days from the certification, it would be a time and date certain.
We were kind of going through question 2, which is when do we put this on the ballot? And only a couple people have spoken so far. But if you want to make a straw motion.
And until others jump in, let me just, for staff's sake, so I'm talking about section 1720, where it talks about the effective date. And so right now, it just has that standard language of, a date after, 10 days. The charter shall be effective if approved by the majority of voters and shall go into effect 10 days after the vote is declared by the city council. And I would just say that it shall go into effect on September 1st, 2020, unless the city council by majority vote sets an earlier effective date, just to keep it super simple. And then, my strong motion on the dates would be that our measure go on the March ballot and that we defer action on the qualified measure at this time.
So I can support that. I appreciate you thinking about this and coming up with a creative approach. Others? Or should we just do a straw motion? Straw vote on that. All those in favor of the straw motion that Councilmember Clark made, which was it goes on the March ballot and it would be effective September 2020 unless the majority of council decides that it would be effective sooner. The AGA would still be September 2020, but the rest of it would be effective earlier. If we vote to do it right. Okay, so all those in favor? Yeah, this is a straw.
Well, I think we can vote on that. I think staff will probably think about what I just said to make sure that I chose the right section and all those things and that that's possible. But my understanding from staff, having asked some questions, is that, that's probably the most feasible path forward would be the operative date of the charter amendment being a date that we have the ability to set.
So all those in favor of that? We're doing a straw motion. So that's
So we're not.
5-2.
Is this, I
We're
guess.
kind of going through the questions one by one.
Yeah, I guess so. The rationale, though, for allowing the council to set a sooner effective date feels like it necessarily has to do with placing the qualified initiative in November, which I'm not comfortable with. So are we basically taking those two questions in tandem at this point?
Yeah, so the motion from Councilmember Clark was to not take any action on the voter.
I can't support that.
Okay. So it was 5-2.
What's next?
Is
If I may, I just wanted to add, there's a provision in here already, just so folks are aware of in section 5, severability. So if for some reason someone were to say, well, council doesn't have the authority to change that date, this all still stays in place. It's just effective September 1, 2020. So we're not, the measure isn't, hopefully I don't think would be declared invalid or anything like that, just because we had that one provision in, is my understanding. So.
Actually, these questions are numbered differently than what's in the staff report. Is that true? Are they the same
They
questions,
should
just in a different order?
Same questions.
But in a different order. Okay, we'll just go by the slides then. Question 3. Anyone have any thoughts on that one? Councilmember Clark?
I think it's prudent for us to draft an argument for the measure.
Yes.
And I think it's probably prudent to have an impartial analysis as well, unless others feel otherwise. But I think we definitely need to draft the argument.
Councilmember Hicks?
And I assume, since I'm not particularly for the measure, my name just won't appear on it. Is that the way this plays out? Yeah, okay.
Vice Mayor Abe-Koga?
And if we just clarify that, I think it depends if it can be signed on behalf of the entire council or it can be signed as individuals. So I want to make sure everyone's on the same page.
The council can designate who will be the author and signers of the argument, up to 5 signers.
I don't know if it's this one. I guess it is this question. In the council questions, there was a question about the deadlines for draft arguments and whether we could have a little more time in light of the fact that the original date, the 25th, I believe, some of us are going to be at the League of Cities conference next week. It just doesn't give us any time. So December 6th, is that the...
Correct. I proposed some new argument deadlines that would still meet the Registrar of Voters deadlines, but allow more time. So the proposed new argument deadline would be December 6th.
Okay, great. So yes, I agree that we should do a draft an argument and the impartial analysis. I'm going to jump ahead maybe and mention that we probably would have to create or decide who's going to be the signers. And in order to do that, I would recommend we create a subcommittee of the council again to move this initiative forward.
I nominate the existing.
Are you suggesting a new subcommittee or the current subcommittee just be empowered to make that decision?
Sounds good. Keep it simple.
I would leave the current, if they're willing to do that. So, sorry.
I do want to make very clear the November thing is really important to me, and that has a material impact on how I think about the next step. So I don't want to leave any impression about that or any other counter thought about that.
So, the question 3 was, do we want to draft the argument for and direct the city attorney to do an impartial analysis? And we have, I believe, a motion, a straw motion. So those in favor of that? 7-0, that's unanimous. Okay. So question 4, Vice Mayor Abe-Koga.
So the full text, is it 20 pages or could you remind us how many pages that would entail and the cost to that? And then the other question, I can't remember, did the full text of Measure V, was that printed?
I do not believe so, no, and the measures for the last election were not printed as well.
2016 and 2018, we did not do the full text, and it's estimated to do the full text to this one would be approximately $90,000.
Okay. Well, and so then I'm comfortable if we do not print the full text.
I'm also comfortable not printing the full text, as long as it's accessible, which it will be.
Correct. So the impartial analysis in that case would include a sentence just under the impartial analysis, actually, that indicates to the voters that they can get a copy in my office. And also, we would probably include something as well that says it'll be available on the website, and we'll have that available upon request.
Yeah, I agree. I think the availability of it is the key. I can't remember a time when we've ever published the entire text of something in the actual sample ballot.
So, all those who are in favor of not including the full text, but having it noted in the impartial analysis and available online and other places? That's 7-0. So question 5.
No.
I also would be no. So all those in favor of not placing the voter-initiated measure on the March 2020 ballot? 3.
What are we doing? So, the landlord measure,
You- The motion was not placing the voter-initiated measure on the March 2020 ballot. All those in favor of not doing that? 5-2, thank you. Question 6.
Oh, so yeah, 6 and 7.
Yep.
So questions 6 and 7 are no longer applicable.
Right.
So thank you very much, and those are,
Do we need a motion for all of it together?
yeah.
For what we decided? Yeah.
That and there's the ballot question language.
Yeah, there's still quite a bit.
I don't know
to
if we
do.
have to do that tonight too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
And who's going to write this? And
yeah, and I feel badly about not printing out what I was going to propose, but I can read it unless others have. I don't want to preclude others from proposing things too, but I think what I have meets the word count requirements. That may be all it meets, but I don't know how. So in a few, so basically it's, first of all, staff and council did a great job doing this first draft of it. I sort of rearranged a few things, and then I did a little wordsmithing just to make it more clear sort of what some of these things are. So it's
Chris, I'm sorry to interrupt, but are you talking about alternative ballot language for the question? Can you email that to Audrey, and we'll go print out copies of it? I think it would be important for everyone to see.
So then we can display it and
actual
do the
wording.
whole- Yep, I'll send it to you right now. It's substantially, it's basically the same thing that I sent in the questions, but I'll, let me see.
Sure. Councilmember Clark, if you want to email it to me, I can take care of that.
Okay. Maybe we can go on to whatever's, is there anything else?
also, we want to circle back and vote on the questions we answered and took straw motions on, and then do any other items like that? Because that wouldn't be part of a motion, right?
There were two issues raised earlier that haven't really been settled. One, if my notes are correct, was how to address the non-resident member, if it's for the entire category or only a subset of the category. And the other was the timing of the term for members, whether that should shift to a January 1 date.
I was going to propose for the term, this would be a question for the city attorney and council, but so this is it's section 1709, which talks about the terms of the members. And And I was gonna say, maybe we could just say something like the city council may adjust the term start and end dates to better align them with other appointed bodies as long as the terms are not adjusted by more than 6 months. So that allows us to, I think right now they're March, so that could allow us to move it up. Or if some future council decides they don't like doing appointments right by the holidays and they want to shift to July 1 or whatever, it doesn't, that way you don't lengthen or shorten anyone's term more than 6 months during the adjustment, but you have the flexibility to shift them half a year either way if you wish. So.
Yeah, and just to be clear, you're referring to 1709C?
C, yes.
Yeah, C.
So,
and that sounds reasonable. I would just like to get another set of eyes from Karen to see if that.
yeah, it doesn't have to be exactly what I said, but the idea was that, you know, the terms are set as they are now, but we may adjust them. We may adjust just the start and end dates, as long as the terms are not adjusted by more than 6 months. And if you need a reason, you can say to better align them with other appointed bodies.
Yeah, we could also have a general authority delegated to council.
That would work too.
On establishing those dates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would suggest that, just that we know what it takes to change the charter, and so things that are kind of ministerial, it's better to have discretion, and you can do that through council action.
Yeah. I just don't want people to think we can willy-nilly like chop 2 years off of someone's term or something like that, but that's fine. I think delegating that to us is fine.
And then the non-resident, and I'm fine with just limiting it to property owners or owners of covered rental units in Mountain View and property managers who manage units in Mountain View.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, section 1709B right now says the council may appoint an otherwise eligible person who is not a Mountain View resident to the committee so long as the person maintains an ownership or trusteeship interest in one or more covered rental units. Would your desire be to change that language to own or manage? Go ahead.
Yep.
To own or manage, okay.
And would that cover the current language, so to speak, or should we use the exact same language that's currently in the CSFRA?
Yes, the composition of the entire committee is broader.
Right, but in the current CSFRA, it says,
yes.
And I think I have to get to a different attachment.
If you look in 1709A, it defines the committee including the 2 restricted seats, which is a little bit broader than just those 2 categories.
Right, and so I'm not interested in having realtors or developers who don't live in Mountain View. It would just be the first 2 in that category. So if you just added ownership or trustee interest or manage, is that in good alignment with 1709A?
Yes, adding it to be if the person owns or manages rental property.
So you'd want to strike the realtors and developers?
Not from A, I just wouldn't add it to B.
Yeah, so the new B would just read, so long as the person owns or maintains rental property owns or manages.
So I think it might be as easy as saying,
Or manages one worker property units.
so long as the person maintains an ownership or trustee interest or manages one or more covered rental units.
Yes.
Uh-oh, I just played attorney.
That
That's
was
usually
good.
your role.
Good. looks good.
Councilmember Clark.
So, and while we're still waiting, so there were two other things I was going to bring up at the end, and I'll just bring them up now. I just wanted to confirm that you had those different options for AGA in the red line, and there was some stuff below that, and one of those was the Section 5 severability. So I just wanted to make sure that the severability clause would be in there regardless of whatever AGA we had chosen. It's just like, I think it's there on like the very last page. Okay, I hear a yes. And then there's the second thing right below that, Section 6. That effective date is different from the effective date in 1720. So the effective date in Section 6 talks about immediately upon certification, and the one in 1720 talks about within 10 days of the council action. And I think what we were wanting was a specific date, September 1. So I just want to make sure that all those things align and that there aren't any discrepancies between Section 6 and Section 1720. So maybe Section 6 just goes away, but I just wanted to call that out.
And could we just back up and get a show of hands on the non-resident exception?
Thank you, yes.
Yeah, the non-resident.
Can't see. Right, yes. So I think that's 6-1.
The effective date. So the way we've set this up, Section 6, which would remain, we would make the change that the council has agreed to the effective date being no later than September 1st, 2020, but potentially earlier based on a council majority vote. 1720 is the existing language in the CSFRA, so we are going to have to tweak that language to make it clear that that applied to the first adoption.
I see.
Of the amendment.
Okay.
So
it's just leaving that in there for like historical record, or
yeah, we'll do a little cleanup there
Okay.
for clarity.
But it sounds like you understand the intent. So as long as everything,
Right.
okay.
So, I mean, the intent is to adopt Section 3.3 of the full amendments, not 3.1, not 3.2, and make those changes in the CSFRA. And then Sections 4, 5, and 6 would also be part of the amendment.
Those are the amendments. Okay. Yep. Okay. So actually, what we're doing is changing Section 6. Okay, I understand now. Severability's in there, and then so the last thing that I wanted to check in with my colleagues on was I'd mentioned earlier that currently it says the committee shall adopt those separate procedures for certain capital improvements. It doesn't have a timeline, and so I was going to suggest if folks are interested in having a timeline, it sounds like if we were just to say no later than 1 year from the effective date, the committee shall adopt the procedure. So that's, for staff's benefit, that's Section 1710, and it's the very first paragraph where you have the red line language, and I think you would just add that first part. So no later than 1 year from the effective date is defined in Section 6 or wherever we end up defining it. The committee shall adopt separate procedures, and it sounds like 1 year is a realistic runway based on what staff said. So, but I'm open to it. If others feel that that's too restrictive, that's fine. But we can just leave it as is. But
So I guess I was wondering if we do the seismic retrofit as a mandatory program before that, is that a problem? Can it still be incorporated?
Just regarding the timeline for that, I believe we're going to be in a 2-year evaluation process, at which point, so there would be enough lead time prior.
Okay, thank you. So do we need a show of hands on these? So the no later than 1 year from the effective date for the separate petition process to be established.
Yes, and that's the
1710.
introductory paragraph of 1710, and the language would precede the redlining that you see there, yes.
Okay.
So show of
Do I
hands.
show of hands that folks are in agreement with that? So that's 7, it's unanimous. And then, I don't think we did a straw vote on the ability to adjust the term, the start date of the term, or the end date of the term for RHC members, that the council could adjust the dates, but no more than 6 months. But do we need to do a show of hands on
I
that?
don't have specific language for that, but it
Yeah.
sounds like staff can,
Yeah.
yeah, it's,
Yeah, I think we did address
Did we
that
do a
one, yes.
Did we do a show of hands? I didn't write down the,
Yes, you could do it again. It would just
Okay.
to be to add general language to, just give me 1 second here. Yeah. Section 1709C to allow the city council the ability to adjust those terms.
okay. So show of hands of folks in favor of that. 6, 7, that's unanimous.
so and I'll read this aloud for the benefit of the public too, I guess, or I guess it's up there too. So basically, I sort of, I rearranged a few things and then just added some clarifying language. So, you know, you know, one of the big issues that came up was, you know, whether or not RHC members can be paid. So I just wanted to put that to bed. Clarify the same language staff had on independently implementing the CSFRA and related initiatives, clarifying that the council can remove RHC members for reasons including misconduct. I put an example in there. We can remove that if we want. Authorize additional rent increases for critical housing improvements like seismic retrofits. So I wanted to give an example there so that we weren't just saying housing improvements or capital, or using language like capital improvements that not everyone might not understand, and then allow rent increases up to 4% and make technical and other revisions to comply with state law. So I kept that section in there. So I just rearranged sort of what staff had, removed a few words so I could get to my word count, and then provided a few examples of what, for example, a housing improvement would be, or what a removal action might be from, those sorts of things. And I'm pretty sure it's 75 words, but.
Anybody have any comments on that? I guess for me, I was trying to do a comparison, and what's taken out is mobile homes are exempt.
I did, yeah, so that, yes, that's one of the, I should have done a red line.
And
here for you.
The other.
I can probably still do one.
So I don't, you know, I was trying to figure out, is this just what's different versus what's currently in the CSFRA, which is kind of what these are, versus, so Councilmember Kamei was saying, should banking be in there? And I thought the same thing. I thought, well, wait, that's already in there, the CSFRA. So I'm thinking we're just highlighting the differences.
Yeah, obviously we can't highlight every difference. We only have 75
No.
words. So it's just sort of the key things that we think are the most informative in terms of what the changes are that we're making.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you. So in comparing the two, I'm inclined to think that exempting mobile homes is a significant difference because under the decision that was made in court, the Rental Housing Committee has the authority to subject mobile homes to CSFRA, and that could change. And I think that I would include that in if there's a way, it's only 3 words, if there were a way to, make some of this other language concise, I think that's a significant enough change that it sort of merits being included in the question language.
I don't disagree. My thought there was that I'm hoping that by the time this is on the ballot, we'll have addressed that question one way or another. And so I don't want the voters to think that we've forgotten about them. But I also don't want to hide the fact that you're right, we are exempting them from the CSFRA, but we're not totally forgetting about them. Hopefully by the time this gets to the ballot. But anyway, that was my thought process there.
Is this the exact word count?
I believe when staff reviewed it earlier today, they told me I was 1 word over, and I took out the word "the" somewhere, and so now I'm at 75 is my understanding, unless someone counts differently. But if a majority of council feels that the mobile home piece is really important to have in there, I'll do some rearranging.
So does staff will want to take a break before the final motion to confirm the word count and make sure all the language is clear, because tonight's it and we got to get it right. So we'll count the words and get back to you, but I do anticipate needing a break.
So I guess I'd like to find out from the council, do folks want to make it clear in the ballot question language that mobile homes are exempt? I actually feel like I'd want to say you clarify that they're exempt, because I think that's what the RHC did. Or clarify that they're not covered. I'd be okay putting that in. Let's do a show of hands before we agonize over words here. How many folks want to include that mobile homes are not covered in the CSFRA in this ballot language?
And that would be addressed through an ordinance through the city.
Yeah, I don't have that many words.
No, I was just saying that that the CSFRA does not include them. Sure. So did folks have comments about that? Did you want to include?
No, I'm listening to.
Are there any comments? Vice Mayor Abikoga?
So when we get to the motion, I actually wanted to add an item that was going to address the mobile homes, and that was to, similar to what we did last week, was it? We did school strategy, but to direct staff to return with the mobile home rent stabilization item in Q1 of 2020. So I don't know if that helps to clarify this or not. I guess I'm not really clear on the implications of leaving the language in versus not. But if we need something to signal to the community that we're serious about addressing mobile homes, that was my suggestion, that we add that as part of the motion.
When was that currently scheduled? I don't have my long-term agenda with me.
May have been Q1, but I just
Q1,
wanted
we're looking at tentatively January 28th, the second meeting in January, for a study session.
Okay.
For a study session.
Okay.
Yeah, just to be clear, I think our intent was we would bring a discussion of mobile homes back to council in Q1, but not the final discussion. But hopefully there would be enough direction from the council so there was clarity on where you were going before the March ballot.
Okay. So I'll ask again, do you folks want, does the council want to include that mobile homes are exempt? If so, if you could raise your hand.
One other idea too, I'm comfortable with that, and I think whichever argument the proponents place could include language related to the council's intent related to mobile home parks too. So there are other opportunities, I think, to convey to the voters what we plan to do.
So show of hands. To include it, that they're exempt in the ballot statement. Okay, so that's unanimous. So then we'd have to figure out how we can include that, and what might be shortened or come out.
I have just one comment for that. It might be under, it says, in the end, make technical and other revisions to comply with state law. I don't even, maybe you don't, maybe that can be shortened or eliminated. Is that what you're working on? Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else that we want to discuss before we do the final motion? Vice Mayor Abikoga.
So I brought this up and just to close the loop, and I'm either way at this point. If it's better not to go there, that's fine. But the issue of sustainability, I wanted to see how others felt about not tying it to any kind of financial change. So the sustainability improvements for sustainability measures that may or may not be cost reductions. It could be cost neutral. Just to clarify that. If it's too much, I can live with it. But I just don't want to make it harder to do the improvements we're hoping that, or we'd like to have property owners do.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Staff, can you suggest language then to?
I think if we have the opportunity for a break, we can put something together.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
And to be clear, we're you mentioned cost neutral or reduction, but previously
Yes.
you had mentioned like larger, but this is a little more focused, so just cost neutral and reduction.
Well, so I think the original intent was that it would reduce costs for the tenant, and my concern is that we can't guarantee that. So can we, not say that, or say something else that would be broader, that could potentially allow for like a cost neutral situation? But the benefit being that it's lowering carbon emissions. And we don't have to say all that, but that's the intent, is that we do these sustainability measures to meet our carbon emissions reduction goals.
So do we need to do a show of hands on that?
Yes, please.
If we could do a show of hands if we want to include that. And staff will come up with the wording.
Can I just make sure I understand? So I think what you were talking about earlier was saying that like it's not just about the sort of monetary savings, it's the overall sort of.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
I
define
can
it.
maybe give you an example. If you look at section 1710, it's on page 22 of the red line. I believe the section the vice mayor was speaking of talks about significantly improve, it says significantly improves the environmental sustainability of the covered rental unit and results in a reduction in utility or other costs. We would be adding concepts that aren't directly tied to cost per se, but overall benefits. Is that the direction you're going in?
Or if we just, or, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So we didn't do a show of hands yet on that one.
So it's changing the and to an or, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. So do you want to go through that section again? I'm not sure everyone was with us. It was,
Sure, it's on page 22 of the proposed amendment attachment, which is attachment 4. So page 22 on the very top.
there it is.
And the section B, capital B, it reads now significantly improves the environmental sustainability of the covered rental unit or property and results in a reduction in utility or other costs for the property that are realized by the tenants, and we would just be changing the and results to or results.
Yep. Okay, all those in favor of that? Are you raising your hand? I can't see. Sorry. 3, 4, okay, 5-2.
Just a quick clarification in speaking with council. If you put in or, that doesn't mean it necessarily needs to be environmentally sustainable. If it's an
And
or, because,
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm sure maybe we could do and or.
oh, and or.
Yeah.
But if you still include or, you would say
Yeah.
it's either A,
We're gonna-
environmentally sustainable, or B, it reduced cost. So it may not necessarily need to be environmentally sustainable
We'll come up
with this and
language, yeah.
with this language.
And frankly, I can't think of a case, but if there is an improvement that significantly lowers the cost for the tenants, I'm fine with allowing that. So, yeah, I just want to make sure that the cost doesn't prohibit sustainability measures from occurring. But yeah, it could be or if it's just cost reduction.
We'll think it through and get the right language, yeah.
Okay, is there anything else we need to discuss before we take a short break while we work on wording? I don't see anybody in the queue. So, how long should we take?
I think, looking over to Karen, maybe 10 minutes would do it. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. And I'm not sure who's going to make the motion.
Yeah, and I can give some general parameters. I think it'd be easiest for, first for Karen and Justin to summarize the revisions that we just worked on. And then once those revisions are summarized and read into the record, the maker of the motion could begin, but we have to do this very methodically. And I would just start on page 1 of your staff report. The maker of the motion would go through those actions, and when you get to 3A, that is the resolution that incorporates staff's changes. That's the only thing you'd have to say, but everything else you can follow the script as it's laid out in the motions. And then when you get to the voter initiated, we don't even have to take any action on that, but there'd be an indication that measure is not going to be placed on the March 2020 ballot. Is that, does that sound good, Karen?
Yes. So I think what we'd like to do is walk through the language changes. So what we are looking at is Exhibit A to Attachment 6 in your packet. Attachment 6 is the resolution. And Exhibit A is the CSFRA amendment language. So the first change, we go through many pages. So the first change we would propose is section 1709B, which is on page 15. This is regarding the eligibility, appointment, and removal of committee members. And in the second sentence of 1709B, we would propose that the language read, if the City Council determines that it has not received adequate qualifying applications from Mountain View residents for any vacant position, then the City Council may appoint an otherwise eligible person who is not a Mountain View resident to the committee, so long as that person maintains an ownership or trustee interest in or manages one or more covered rental units, comma, provided the limitation on the number of RHC members who own or manage rental property or are realtors or developers in 1709A shall continue to apply. Moving on, in 1709C, at the end of that section regarding term of office, we would propose adding a sentence, the City Council may adjust term start and end dates by up to 6 months to align with other appointments. Okay. Page 19. Yeah, I don't have that one.
Okay, the next proposed change on attachment A, or excuse me, Exhibit A to Attachment 6 is on page 19 in section 1710. You'll see the red line begins with the committee shall adopt separate procedures apart, and we would propose adding the words no later than 1 year from the effective date of this amendment to the CSFRA. The committee shall adopt separate procedures apart from section 1711 that are only applicable to temporary rent increases for specified capital improvements authorized by and in accordance with the provisions of section 1710, subsection E.
Yep. Okay, so then we're moving on to section 1710, which is a lengthy one, and we go over to page 22. Subsection B We would propose changing the language to say significantly improves the environmental sustainability of the covered unit, rental unit, or property, and does not result in a net increase in utility costs to the tenant. Moving on, we would then propose on page 27 that we eliminate section 1720, which is the existing language on the operative date of the existing improvements. Section 3.1 and 3.2 will be deleted. Yeah. Section 3.3 will become section 3. The title will be Annual General Adjustment equal to 4%. 1707 will be revised to say the annual general adjustment shall be equal to 4% to be effective September 1st, 2020. And then we would propose revising section 6 to read as follows. The title would be changed to Operative Date, and the language would read, if approved by a majority of the voters voting on this amendment, the amendment shall become operative upon the earlier of a majority vote of the City Council or September 1st, 2020. And then I think we have changes to the ballot language and changes to the resolution itself with regard to the schedule. So in section 14 of the resolution, the argument deadline will change to December 6, 2019. The rebuttal argument deadline and the city attorney's impartial analysis will both change to December 13th, 2019. Right. On the third whereas clause, the language will change where we have the alternative language to say allow rent increases equal to a 4% flat rate. And then I think we're hoping to have the ballot question language to show you. Excellent. Yep.
I can, for those of you who have the ballot, sorry, it's not color coded, but I'll just call out exact, because I only made very limited changes. So you'll see in the middle there, it says exempt mobile homes. So that added 3 words. And then I think it's the handout V2. So you'll see, you should see exempt mobile homes in there. Oh, I see. Clarify mobile, oh, it's different from what I wrote. Okay, that's fine. Clarify mobile homes are exempt. Okay, well, this is different, so I guess we should all read through this. That's okay. It looks like they did a better job of this than I did.
So sorry, is V1 what we previously saw from you?
Yes.
And then this is?
Correct.
Okay, including mobile homes.
We just did some rearranging and rewording of a couple things.
Thank God you know what you're doing.
I'm just having some technical difficulties here, but I'll be right there. Let's see.
So the proposal is to go with the ballot language V2, which revises, it reorders a few things and makes the change to clarify that mobile homes are exempt.
Okay. Well, I was going to make sure, are there any questions at all to anything that we've gone through? Okay, Councilmember Clark.
If folks are ready, I'll go ahead and make the motion, and then if folks want to make comments after that, they can. So I move that we adopt a methodology to set the annual general adjustment of rent in the Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act, Attachment 5 of the Council Report. 2, that we approve the draft amendments to the Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act, Attachment 3 of the Council Report. 3, that we approve the ballot question and placement of the city-initiated Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act Charter Amendment on the ballot for March 2020. That we, is this where you want me to say incorporate the changes that
Yes,
staff
and I
has
actually
identified?
misspoke. It would actually be to number 2, the draft amendments, and the ballot question as specified. So in number 2, including the staff revisions, and in number 3, the revised ballot language.
Got it. So yeah, so for 2, we're approving the draft amendments to the Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act with the changes, incorporating the changes that staff just went through with us. 3, approve the ballot question, incorporating the changes that have been, that were just identified as well by staff, and the placement of the city-initiated Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act Charter Amendment on the ballot for March 2020. Which includes also adopting a resolution calling for the holding of a special municipal election on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020, and requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara to consolidate the special municipal election with the statewide primary election to be held on that date pursuant to section 10, is that section or code 10403 of the election code, for the purpose of submitting to the voters a proposed charter amendment and related actions to be read in title only, further reading waived attachment 6 to the council report. Direct the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the ballot measure, determine whether we've determined that the council will submit an argument related to the ballot measure, and designate, I believe it was the vice mayor, council, I guess we haven't determined this yet. So we'll deal with that separately. Determine that we will not print the full text of the amendment in the voter information guide, but ensure that it's available in the city clerk's office and online, and that the impartial analysis have some information related to that. Direct the city clerk and the city attorney to take all necessary related actions for submitting the measure to voters on March 3rd, 2020. 4, just noting that we are not taking any action tonight on the voter-initiated Mountain View Homeowner, Renter, and Taxpayer Protection Initiative. And 5, appropriate $225,100 from the General Operating Fund Reserve for the Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act amendments. And we'll need to determine the committee at some point to write the ballot argument.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Clark and a second by Vice Mayor Abekoga. Vice Mayor Abekoga?
Oh, sorry, did you want to have that discussion now to determine the?
Probably should.
Yes.
Sure, we can do that. I wanted to actually ask if we can add the item of directing staff to bring back the mobile home stabilization item in queue. I know it's planned, but just to codify that.
And just codify that council expects staff to bring back that item in Q1 of 2020.
Great, thank you.
Just to clarify, staff will have a study session regarding mobile home regulation in Q1.
And then in terms of the makeup, I'm fine to be on the committee, continue on the committee. I think it would be great to have the subcommittee continue, but I guess it's up to the other two members.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't want to belabor the point. I can't support this motion, but if it doesn't pass, then we can revisit the November issue. But for that reason, you know, if it's helpful to have my input on the crafting of the argument, I'm happy to participate. But I don't want to surprise anybody about how I'm going to vote on this particular motion.
Okay, so
I'll make that as a separate motion after we pass this initial one. We'll set the committee makeup after we pass the
Okay.
full thing.
Okay, so pretty much everything, with the exception of section 4 in the staff report, all of the changes, and then we'll come back to 3C, right? Okay. Any questions? I sort of hesitate to ask that. Okay, let's call the question. That passes 5-2 with council members Hicks and Ramirez no. Councilmember Clark?
And then I'll move that that the council submit an argument related to the ballot measure and that we designate the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Ramirez, and Councilmember Clark to write and sign the argument and authorize up to, can two other council members who aren't part of the committee also sign it?
So just a suggestion, I think you might want to authorize the subcommittee to draft it and designate the signatures. Sometimes you select signatures that are not council members as part of
That's right.
the totality of the package.
Okay, yeah, so we won't make any determination about who the signers will be, but we'll determine the council wishes to submit an argument related to the ballot measure and designate the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Ramirez, and Councilmember Clark to write that and to determine who the signatories should be.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Clark and a second by Vice Mayor Abikoga. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll call the question. That passes unanimously. We're done? Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the work on this one and all of the last-minute revisions here while we're discussing it. So thank you all very much. So we need a motion to start a new item after 10 o'clock.
I move to continue the meeting past 10.
We have a motion second. All those in favor, raise your hand. So there's all opposed.
What do we got, 3?
Yep, 4-3. Okay, so we will move on to item 8.1, which is R3 zoning code update, the scope of work. We'll start with the staff presentation.
All right, good evening, council. My name is Matt Van Osten in planning, and I'm joined with Martin Elkire. Just for some background on this project, earlier this year, council major goal for fiscal year 2019 to 2021, goal 2 was to improve the quantity, diversity, and affordability of housing by providing opportunities for subsidized middle income and ownership housing. One of the projects to receive funding through this to help achieve goal 2 was project 2.5, which was updating the R3 zoning code. This project outlined several objectives. And those were incentivize stacked flats, study allowed densities, update design guidelines and standards in R3 zoning, and implement a form-based code to achieve desired outcomes. So just to give you an idea, these are R3 properties, R3 zoned properties throughout the city of Mountain View. And they total about 16,500 units spread over 923 acres, with 580 of that being rental. And their general plan density is typically up to 35 units to the acre. So there's a few key concepts to consider in updating R3 to achieve the goals of this project. One of them being a form-based code. The key here is really to focus on mass, height, and relationship to the street and other elements like neighborhood transitions, and to really create more predictability in development outcomes through this type of zoning. And as for missing middle housing, as you can see right here, many cities are set up with a lot of single family and then larger mid-rise, higher density buildings. And missing middle housing is really trying to get to that middle part of that where there's duplexes, fourplexes, townhouses, and live work, bungalow courts, things like that. Now, Mountain View certainly does have those typologies in the city, but one of the goals of this project will certainly be to look more closely at R3 and see where properties can be better utilized to incorporate even more of these types of units as well. And so just for the proposed scope of work that we've been working on with our consultant Opticos on, we've split it up into 2 phases. And phase 1 is going through, there's 2 tasks in phase 1, and the first one being existing conditions and outreach strategy. And we're really looking at a number of initial analyses, creating an outreach approach, a project website, and then also some initial stakeholder outreach. And importantly as well, we'll be coordinating closely with the housing division on their own displacement response work and how that's going to be incorporated into this project as well. And task 2 would be analysis, where we're really looking at opportunities and challenges in the R3 zone. We're going to be doing a housing market study and economic feasibility, and then looking more closely at missing middle options and seeing how they can be incorporated. And then taking all this work and really developing a yield analysis through different zoning scenarios, whether it's a baseline current development scenario or something where we're increasing density in certain areas. We don't know exactly yet, but what we intend to do is come up with several scenarios and bring them back to council in approximately 6 months from when this project starts, and really give council a better idea of what different routes or paths this project could take, and get more feedback from council at that time prior to going into phase 2, which will be more implementation of that code. And so, as I mentioned, phase 2, we would be creating the draft zoning standards and guidelines, and this would include creating that form-based code, creating a design handbook as well to go with that form-based code to further improve those design outcomes, and then really refining the missing middle strategy and the yield analysis, and again finalizing a lot of that displacement coordination. Task 4 is CEQA, and that would just be preparing the necessary CEQA documentation for this project, which we don't know at this time, but we'll certainly, we budgeted enough to make that document possible when we need it. And then task 5 is just the public review of that draft code and implementation, which would be the completion of this proposed zoning code update, which is approximately 18 months from now total. So the staff recommendations are to approve the proposed scope of work for the city-initiated R3 zoning code update project, authorize the city manager or designee to approve a professional services contract with Optico's Design for the R3 zoning code update in an amount not to exceed $1.15 million. And 3, appropriate and transfer $310,000 from the Development Services Fund to the R3 Zone Update CIP Project 20-67. And that concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Hicks?
I was going to thank staff for this report and also ask, have you ever worked with Opticos before? Or is this a first-time relationship?
They haven't worked recently in Mountain View, but they have worked in other cities where some of our staff have worked.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Kamei?
Great, thank you. So one of the council questions I just wanted to bring it up because I thought it was a good one. It was if you could talk a little bit more about how the actions that we might take with R3 tonight fit into what we've discussed with the displacement strategies that we just, I think was it last week, 2 weeks ago, and how they might align. I think it was question 10. I just think it would be great for us to highlight for the public on what we're doing there too.
Yeah, certainly it's important for this project to be in alignment with the displacement work that the Housing Division is doing. There's a number of properties in R3 zoning that are covered under CSFRA, and so it's certainly something we're going to be closely working with them to ensure that the right strategies go with this project as well. And it's a coordination we've begun, but it's just in the earliest stages. So we've already had meetings and things like that at this point. And I think as we move into this next phase of the project where we're going to be doing more analyses, that's something where we're going to start working a lot more closely with them.
And I guess to expand upon it is the idea that we might kind of go the same way as we did when we were looking at for sale BMR in terms of the city looking at certain aspects related to R3 and then trying to align them as we're looking at different projects before we adopt any changes with R3, because I know that the timeline is, I think, 18 months. But I know that we did that when we were looking at for sale BMR. And so is that the same type of idea that we would try to align the strategy for R3 as we're looking at those projects?
Yeah, certainly I think we're gonna try to align as much as we possibly can on this, and where it can happen, certainly, and still incorporating everything we can.
Okay, great, thank you. Last question. So for the optional tasks that are outlined in the scope of work, is that I assume that that's an extra monetary cost. So will that be shared with council at a later date in terms of what that breakdown would be? I saw for the different items in the response, the attachment, it said, optional tasks. And I was just curious, sorry, I actually didn't send this one in. For attachment 3, in the response for the scope of work, under each item, under each task, they have, So for like task 3C, optional task, prepare survey for feedback on key points of this process. So I was just curious if we're gonna find out at a later date what that cost would be for that optional task, or if that's how it's monetized.
Correct. I think those optional tasks are something we'd have to decide on at a later time if the project seemed like it was needed. And at that point, we could decide whether additional funding was necessary or just our contingency funds could cover that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hicks.
Okay, I'm trying to, sorry, I'm asking my questions in two separate times, but I'm trying to figure out which ones are questions and which ones are comments. So I guess I'll ask this as a question rather than a comment. I am interested, as is Council Member Kamei, in making sure that this coordinates with the work on displacement in the R3 zone, and I'm wondering whether we should tweak the scope of work to make sure that happens, or how you see that happening, whether you think it doesn't need any tweaking.
Yeah, I think it is incorporated in the scope of work at this time. There are the points in, I believe, task 1 and task 3, where we specifically talk about that coordination. And I think also at our next council meeting, when we come to check in after task 1 and 2 are completed in that phase 1 part of the process, I think we'll have a little bit better idea and more updates on how that coordination is going and how we see it moving forward too.
Okay, a member of the public suggested to me there's a walking tour of, let's see if I can find it. There's a walking tour of I think places where middle-income housing could be placed, and somebody said could possibly threatened units that were threatened for displacement, or apartments threatened with displacement. Could that be a part of the walking tour as well? There were several things like that. Will we have an opportunity in the future to raise issues like that?
I think looking at the displacement that isn't directly in our scope, but it's something we could look into. As far as the properties go on this walk or something like that, I don't think we've gotten to that quite level of detail in terms of figuring that out.
Okay, so maybe we can add that as it goes.
Correct.
Any other questions from council members? Okay, if not, we'll open this up for a public comment. Is there any member of the public who wishes to address the council on this item? If you could be sure to. Yeah, if you could be sure to fill out a card before or after, that'd be great.
Hi again, I'm Deb Henningsen, Mountain View resident, and again representing the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. So as you know, housing availability in Mountain View is a major and ongoing problem impacting many aspects of our community. And MVCSP members really expect this R3 update to address this issue as much as possible, including housing affordability. Affordability at all levels is essential. While the missing middle is covered in the staff report thoroughly, we agree that the segment of the population is important to consider. Our members specifically want to see more attention on needs across the lower income spectrum of resident buyers and renters. On displacement, we were gratified to see displacement addressed in the report. We would like the city to adopt a bold goal of zero displacement. We would like to see close coordination between this zoning effort and recently adopted displacement-related policies. And then on naturally affordable units, we continue to be concerned about the number of older existing units that are being replaced where the new units would not be covered by CSFRA. And on the idea of no net loss, we would like to see this zoning update deliberately constructed to help no net loss projects become more feasible, if not outright easy, or even the default. We note that most people currently being displaced in our city, and the ones that are coming to speak to us at our meetings, are not in the missing middle. And these folks would not be able to access that particular housing bracket. We were very concerned that these folks are no longer going to have a place in our community, and we think that's actively detrimental to the structure and fabric of our community. We also believe that land use efficiency is a critical consideration. Mountain View needs to build up, but currently more density means that it can be overly difficult for developers to meet city approval. Anything this R3 effort can do to increase acceptable heights and density would not only tackle our substantial housing supply gap, but would also help address the additional secondary woes such as traffic congestion and greenhouse gas emissions that come from people having to live further and further away for jobs that are here. We like the coverage in the report on the form-based code and that approach around form-based code. While affordability is primary, we do want to see the best design elements possible in new housing projects. We think that good design helps neighbors accept greater density more easily. Finally, we also support the points made by the League of Women Voters in their letter to you on November 10th. Thank you for your focus on this important work.
Thank you. Next, please.
Joan McDonald again, and I support everything that you just heard. I was distressed and yet a little bit happy with the code update because it did indeed give the word displacement twice, once in task 1 and one in task 3, with no real concrete details, just coordination with staff. And that feels so unsure, uncertain about what will actually happen. And as I was thinking about that, I drove up Veranda to pick up trick-or-treat for UNICEF boxes at Bub's school. And again, I passed this huge mowed weed lot. I have no idea who owns it, but it's R3, and every time I pass it, I think this would be a great place for affordable housing, for low income, and if people were going to be displaced, that housing would be for them.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council on this item? Okay, so we'll close the public input portion and bring it back to council. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I was just going to proceed to comments. So first, I wanted to thank the council for prioritizing this during goal setting. This is, I think, one of the most exciting and potentially transformative projects that we'll be working on over the next 18 months, it looks like. We don't often have the opportunity to update the zoning code, and a lot of the work that we do has been in change areas, and what's unique about this is we're focusing on a lot of areas that were not designated change areas, and so there's a lot of opportunity for creativity to achieve our goals, both increasing housing stock and then also addressing the vulnerable or protecting vulnerable populations, and then also to think about the evolution of our city. What do we want vast portions of the city to look like over the next 50 years? So this is, I think this is an exciting project, and I'm very eager to see what comes out of it. I'm prepared to move the staff recommendation. I think it's solid. I appreciated Councilmember Kamei's questions about anti-displacement, and I'm pretty comfortable with the way I understand staff will be incorporating and integrating the anti-displacement work. If it's helpful, maybe as we continue working on this, just providing concurrent updates about the status of that work as well, so we can see how they're integrating. I think the reality is a lot of the programs related to displacement won't necessarily appear in the zoning code under R3. It'll be somewhere else, and so it may not be wholly appropriate to include that in the zoning code update per se. But the one thing I did want to, if staff feels it's helpful to include, there was a question about discretionary process, which I understand through the work we've been doing over the past year is essential to getting more than we might otherwise be able to get from by right projects. So if it's helpful to explore incorporating or how a discretionary process in this context could help us, either implement or achieve our displacement, goals, then I want to permit staff and the consultant that flexibility. If you don't think it's necessary, then I'll go ahead and move the staff recommendation.
I know, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry.
I'm a healthy one, that's no longer.
Well, no, it's the folks on the ends that are coughing. I know, but I couldn't have possibly. Sorry, I really apologize. Now I'm going to cough again. While I'm interested in this update, as others have mentioned, my biggest concern about this is displacement. And I'm kind of, while I see it in the scope of work about coordinating, I really want to make sure we think this through so that there aren't, I would say, predictable consequences as well as unintended consequences of any changes we might be considering. I'm not up for doing something that increases displacement. And I am very concerned, if I haven't said that loud and clear enough, I'm very concerned that this project could result in that. I also am not interested in a minimum density requirement, which was in the staff comments on the council goals. And I'm much more interested in a good project rather than a minimum density. I think the city has had minimum density in the past and had some very odd-looking projects, and I'm much more focused on a good project and what it looks like than minimum density. So I don't think we need to look at having minimum densities. So while I feel like I'm all for this, I'm very concerned, but I will support the motion. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. So I just, I seconded the motion. My questions earlier, thank you to staff. I know I didn't send in my scope of work question. I just re-looked at it earlier today. I think that a lot of the council goals that we've put forward are ways that we can either generate housing or kind of tackle the hurdles that we've been facing, like displacement. And so when I was asking my questions, I really want to find a way for us to kind of work in tandem with these different policies we're looking at and have those coordinate in terms of kind of hitting on the mayor's comments, not leading to any unintended consequences or further displacement, right? And so I do think that this is an important piece that we've been talking about for a while in terms of R3. And so I do feel like we need to move forward while I think being sensitive to our other council goals that are a delicate balancing act. in terms of the discretionary processes that Council Ramirez brought up, I am interested in that. So I don't know if we need to incorporate that, or that's just a comment that can be taken into consideration as this item goes forward. So thank you.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I'd like to concur with the mayor's comment. I also looked at that italicized where the scope would include minimized density ordinances. And I've always prided Mountain View that we're able to accomplish many goals and yet still have a quality product that over time people want to live there. They don't want to be, they want their open space, they want their private open space, they want an area that they can live comfortably in. And it's interesting that we've had many times where we had developers come along and there was some direction from staff says, oh, you got to add some more units. And the developer sort of pushed back, says, this is not going to be a nice project. People aren't going to want to live here. And so we always need to keep our eye on something that will stand the test of time and make sure that these projects are good, are welcoming, and I think we can still accomplish the goals of displacement. We can buy some units, but that's another question for another night, that you can immediately take care of displacement by buying apartments, but you guys, okay. But yeah. We're getting there, so. Not in somebody's lifetime, but yeah, it's important that we make absolute good progress. One of my first years on the Planning Commission, Matt Perry goes, don't worry about the massing, whatever, just make sure it's a good project and that will take care of itself. So I concur with the mayor and I'll go from there.
Councilmember Hicks.
So I concur with everything, almost everything, if not everything that that council members have said, and I will be supporting the motion. I just wanted to add that I wanted to commend staff for choosing this particular consultant. It's actually one that I've kind of looked at over the years and hoped we could work with. So thank you, and I'm excited to do that.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Ramirez and a second by Councilmember Kamei. And do we need to specifically say we're not interested in looking at minimum densities? I know it was in the staff report.
Two items that would be helpful to get clarity as part of the motion. One was the minimum density issue, and the other was the discretionary process, if that's part of it.
If it's helpful, I mean, I'm inclined to think, generally speaking, a developer will maximize the density or do whatever is most profitable anyway, so I'm not super concerned about that. If it's helpful to say we're not looking at a minimum density requirement per se, I'm fine. And then the discretionary process, and let's if direction is helpful, then I'm comfortable including that as well.
Is the seconder? Okay. Okay, any further comment? Okay, let's call the question. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, on to item 9.1, a study session on the residential parking permit program. And because this is a study session, we'll start with the staff presentation, then we'll open it up for public comment, and then we'll bring it back to council for questions and direction. So we'll start with the staff presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I am Mike Fuller, the Public Works Director, and I am joined here this evening by Lorenzo Lopez, Senior Traffic Engineer. The city's residential permit parking program was created in 2016 as a tool to help residents deal with overflow parking from adjacent uses. Council members and staff have heard concerns from residents about the program, and we're here this evening to discuss some possible changes. I will briefly go through the program, our experiences to date, and some changes council may wish to consider. If council does wish to revise the program, staff can return with revisions. to the ordinance. Now, an RPP area can be initiated with a petition from residents or by the city council. If initiated by residents, the petition includes a description of the problem and the proposed zone, signatures from 51% of the residents on each block, and 5 contiguous blocks are preferred, but if the impacted area does not include 5 contiguous blocks, there's a minimum of 3. And if the petition meets these requirements, the city contacts the properties within the proposed area and adjacent blocks about joining the area, and does parking surveys to verify that 75% of on-street parking is occupied during peak periods. If that threshold is met, then staff establishes a boundary and proposed time restrictions, and a postcard survey is conducted, which includes a description of the zone, proposed restrictions, and cost. And to pass that milestone, 50% of surveys must be returned from each block and 67% must be in favor. If the surveying is favorable, the item goes to the Council Transportation Committee for consideration and recommendation to Council, and then to Council for adoption of a resolution. If Council passes the resolution, then signs are posted and residents are noticed and the area is implemented. Now, when Council was discussing the establishment of the program, a variety of fee structures were discussed, and ultimately Council landed on approximately a 50% cost recovery that translates to about $60 per vehicle per year, and provisions were made for guests, caregivers, visitors, and contractors. And the complete list of the various fees was included in the staff report at the end of the attachment that included the guidelines. Now, our experience to date is somewhat limited. So far, 2 zones have been surveyed. One was resident initiated near Church and Oak, and one was council initiated in the Willowgate neighborhood. Neither passed the postcard survey. For the Church and Oak area, there were 3 blocks and only 1 block met the requirements. And then for the Willowgate neighborhood, about 20% of the petitions were returned, and about 37% of those returned were in favor. So that also did not meet the threshold. Now, there's no industry standard for the various elements of an RPP program, and Council may wish to consider revising some of our criteria of the city's program. The staff report contains some suggestions for Council's consideration. The first is a criteria for a successful petition. The city's program requires signatures from 51% of each block in the proposed zone. And though staff recommends that a relatively high threshold be maintained, staff or Council may consider revising this threshold or applying it to the entire zone rather than each block. The city's program also requires 51% of the surveys to be returned from each block and 67% support in each block. Here again, Council may wish to consider applying these thresholds to the entire area rather than to each block. To streamline the process, assuming that there is support in the neighborhood, Council may wish to consider to eliminate the requirement that the CTC consider the establishment of the zone. And Council may also wish to consider lowering or eliminating the permit fee. And that concludes my presentation, and Lorenzo and I would be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. As I said, since this is a study session, we'll open it up for public comment. So if there's anyone who wishes to address the council, please be sure to fill out a blue card either before or after you speak and leave it with our city clerk. And first speaker, come on up.
All right. My name is Robert Cox. I'm a 24-year resident of Mountain View, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Old Mountain View Neighborhood Association Parking Subcommittee on revisions to the residential parking permit program. Having an effective RPPP is the best way to enlist resident support for parking light projects and paid parking in the downtown neighborhood. These are issues that are going to be coming up for discussion in council sometime soon. Without an effective RPPP, non-resident office workers have little incentive to use greenhouse gas-saving modes of transportation when they come to work in our downtown, or even to park in their own office parking garages. No RPP zones have been established in Mountain View in the 3 years since the program has been initiated. We believe the unnecessarily complex 8-step process for establishing an RPP zone and the proposed cost of the permits are the primary reason. We therefore support the following revisions to the RPPP. Replace the per block rule used when tallying the return postcards with a single tally of cards received in the proposed zone. Number 2, reduce the majority required in favor of establishing zones from 67% to 55%, and reduce the cost of the permits to a nominal fee, something like $25 or less. We also support eliminating the CTC review of the RPP zones that have met other criteria in the interest of simplifying the program. We have provided our rationale for these changes in a letter to all council members, so I won't take the time to repeat that here, but if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you for your consideration on this important neighborhood matter. I also was in contact with the Executive Secretary of Livable Mountain View, who was ill and not able to be here tonight. And she wanted me just to come and say, that's Louise Katz, that she supports these basic 3 principles as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Dennis Goldwater, Sterling Estates. The city has the stated objective of limiting car ownership among new residents in Terabella and Middlefield developments.
If you could speak into the microphone, that'd be great.
Yeah, the city has a stated objective of limiting car ownership among new residents in the Terabella and Middlefield developments. The current residents have the stated objective of avoiding significant overflow parking. The city's plan seems to have little chance of truly achieving either of these objectives. I have a proposal that will ensure both objectives. The current plan for massive development includes great risk. I hope that the council recognizes a responsibility to mitigate this risk rather than abandoning us to shoulder the full burden of dealing with the consequences. I'm referring to the impending creation of significant demand for overflow parking. The city provides for a parking permit program, but the hurdles to implementation are high. Neighbors would have to devote significant time and effort against difficult city-imposed odds in an effort to mitigate the foreseeable results of the current city plan. I propose the following. The city should take full responsibility to implement a parking permit program in Sterling Estates and in other affected neighborhoods. The city should fully subsidize all permits. After all, the city's creating the problem. A neighborhood-wide parking permit program would ensure that all future residents know before moving in that there will be no possibility of finding parking outside of their housing complex. This will enable full achievement of the city's objective of limiting additional cars. The current city plan will create a clearly foreseeable demand for significant overflow parking and will provide unlimited access for parking. Having the city responsible for the solution is the only sure way to guarantee that a parking permit program will be implemented. Having a parking permit program in place in advance is the only sure way to guarantee that the city's objective of limiting car ownership among new residents can be completely and successfully achieved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. So each speaker has 3 minutes. Yeah. So the rule or the policy is that 5 people have to cede their time before one person gets extra time?
I don't get extra time.
Sorry.
And I also wanted to use this, but I don't know that.
Our city clerk will come and help you. If you could speak into the microphone.
Sure,
Thanks.
of course. Sort of. I'm not sure I can get far enough away from it. Okay. All right, I will start over. Okay, all right, I'm ready to start now. All right, I'm Nancy Weed, and I live in one of these 50 Stanton Place townhomes that are at the corner of Middlefield and Linda Vista. And as you can see, the vision plan and Terabella abuts us here, and we are across the street from Sterling Estates. The vision plan anticipates overflow parking problems and recommends the permit program as a solution. That will solve the parking problems for Sterling Estate residents. However, it will push the vision plan residents back out to fight over the Linda Vista parking, including the spots right here in front of our property. That would not be a problem if we too could qualify for the permit program, but we can't. The net effect is the Stanton Place residents will lose all their street parking on Linda Vista to the Vision Plan residents and in Sterling Estates to their permit program. Since the program is for all residences with overflow parking from non-residents from an adjacent area, I'd hoped we too could get permit parking to prevent losing our street parking. However, we can't qualify because the impacted area must be at least 1,200 feet on city streets, and only our Linda Vista street parking is impacted, and that's less than 500. Although we have 2-car garages for residents, like all similar properties, we have limited visitor parking. So we rely upon the parking in front of our property being available for visitors, gatherings, book clubs, friends, home health aides to keep us at home as we age. This has worked really well since 1974. But if we can't protect those spaces by passing our own permit plan, and these people stop coming to our homes because they can't find reliable parking, our qualities of life will dramatically suffer. I have to skip here. Although the current street length requirements tend to favor the wealthier detached home neighborhoods, in effect excluding many townhome and similar communities, I don't think that that was deliberate. I'm asking the city to recognize it may have inadvertently excluded many city communities with large numbers of homes and residents along shorter street lengths, and asking them to design requirements specifically for townhome, condo, and similar communities that include these shorter street lengths, so they too can not only apply but qualify in the future. If this does not happen, and instead the city relaxes the requirements for detached home neighborhoods, as dense housing is built throughout the city, nearby detached home residents will pass the permit programs, and the parked cars will eventually be pushed onto and flood the streets of townhomes or similar communities that can't qualify. That's not fair, and access to these programs shouldn't depend on what kind of house you live in. Thank you.
Next, please.
By the way, I was lucky to get in here because all the doors are locked, and
And I guess being a public meeting, that shouldn't happen, no matter how late the meeting runs, right?
Thank you for letting us know,
Yeah, fortunately, somebody was going out, so I tailgated in.
because they should be open, shouldn't they?
The garage is closed, and then all the outdoor doors are locked, too.
Thank you for letting us know. Yeah, that shouldn't be. And it usually isn't, so something must have gone wrong tonight.
I'm sure they didn't expect you to go this late. My name is Albert Jeans, as you know. I'm actually saying things similar to what Dennis said, although we really didn't coordinate anything. I live in Sterling Estates, which is close to San Verone Park Apartments, and this is their overflow park. So this is a problem I have right now. I live on San Lucas Avenue, which is close by, and just about every night there are cars parked in front of my house that don't belong to our residents. And so this results, and by the way, the reason is San Verone Park Apartments has 93 bedrooms and 48 spaces. And so this prevents street sweeping from happening. I've almost never had the street sweepers sweep my street here. Trash collection, I have to make sure my bins are out early so that somebody doesn't prevent me from putting them out. As you can see, I have a sedan, so I can't see around this SUV, and it's extremely dangerous to pull out here because people go pretty fast here on San Jose. Occasionally there's a litter problem. These people tend to just drop their McDonald's and things on this road. And I'm constantly calling to report abandoned vehicles, that is, vehicles that are parked there for more than 3 days. On the other hand, we do have a pretty big problem with resident parking as well. One neighbor in our neighborhood has 10 cars, okay? So none of this, and then by the way, this stretch of street is only about a block long total, so we would never qualify for any kind of RPP. So the other problem is I think we really have to think about where parking is going in Mountain View, because these are the new developments at Wistman Station. These are brand new row houses. They're fully parked already, even though each unit has a 2-car garage. So you figure out why they're parking on the street and not in their garages. So the problem with parking zones is, as Nancy just said, cars get pushed out of one neighborhood into another, creates more conflict, doesn't solve the problem. Requirements are too strict with a 3-block minimum. When this one block is constantly parked, but I would never qualify. There's a problem of, just people abusing, storing cars on the neighborhood streets, as I saw. And then enforcement by the police is really difficult because they don't know where, you've got time and location requirements and everything. It's not very easy. So one solution is a citywide policy. And Menlo Park, which wasn't listed in the list of in the study thing, has had an overnight parking ban in all residential areas since 1963. Now, that's just pretty dramatic. I don't think you could do this without phasing it in over a pretty long time. But basically, only vehicles with permits can park overnight. And the only way you can get that permit is if you live in a special zone, like an apartment that doesn't have enough parking, or you can buy temporary permits for like a couple dollars. But in general, nobody is allowed to park on the street overnight. And there's a whole list of benefits here. I'm running out of time, so I'll let them read them. But basically, it makes things much more efficient, makes enforcement easier, makes things less crime, all that kind of good stuff. So something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hey, Alex Brown, Santiago Villa, North Bayshore. Yeah, I just can't pass up the opportunity to call out the fact that all the development in North Bayshore right now is removing a bunch of on-street parking that our residents depend on, and it's a huge concern that comes up pretty much every monthly meeting, and that having a means of protecting their ability to park their cars on the street after the development would be really nice, particularly in North Bayshore, after the development of the new apartments, where we're going to have a lot of people who aren't going to have room for their cars because the minimum car parking for the new developments is lower than 1 per unit. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council on this topic? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public input portion and bring it back to council for any further questions and then direction. Councilmember Clark.
It was just a question on the CTC review. I'm trying to remember back to when we first put this in place. Was the idea that the CTC would just sort of help ensure that we didn't have, that the basically the boundaries, everything made sense. We didn't have overlap or something like that. It was just sort of an overall coordinating mechanism. Is that really what it was, or was it something else?
Yeah, having had no experience with implementing these, we assumed they would be somewhat controversial. There may be a lot of discussion about the details, such as boundaries and so on. And we often use the CTC as a way to kind of vet that, give it a public airing with policymakers that's not at a council meeting. Having not had much experience with that still, we could just let it go straight to council. But the idea was to kind of air the neighborhood concerns and so on at the CTC instead of council.
In a smaller forum that isn't at midnight, but okay. I just wanted to refresh my memory. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Abe-Koga.
Thank you. This question may not be quite connected, but I noticed in my neighborhood, just a couple of blocks from my street, there was, I don't know when it appeared, it might be new, but 2-hour parking restrictions. And I don't know, maybe because we're downtown it might be different, but these timed restrictions, is that a separate process, or?
I'm going to answer that, and Lorenzo's going to correct me if I'm wrong. There are some timed parking restrictions throughout the city. There are several downtown, and those were implemented in response to resident concerns about things like transit center parking and so on.
Okay.
We didn't have an RPP program at that time, and so it was a way to try and deal with some specific resident complaints. We kind of modeled it after the neighborhood traffic management program process, but we didn't have a formal process to do it. Is that an accurate? Okay, yeah. So those were kind of in response to individual neighborhood concerns. There wasn't really a formal program to do it, though.
Okay.
And this program, if you did an RPP in that area, we would reconsider those time restrictions.
Okay.
In the context of having RPP, because something different may be appropriate.
That was my question is, how do you ensure consistency? Like with this program, it's 3 blocks, but how do you, I guess I was actually thinking, should we be looking at bigger swaths or boundaries so that we don't have like one street that's 2 hours and then the next street is 5 hours and then another street is residential permit parking only. So is the idea that we would eliminate those timed
I think
areas, or can we change it to whatever the larger area has, I guess?
Within an RPP zone, we would look at the time restrictions because what we're trying to do is address the overflow parking issue, and it's different in different areas. Next to a mobile home park, it's probably in the evening when the park residents come home and don't have enough parking on site. Downtown, it might be during the day when you have transit center users coming. So the idea is not to proscribe certain restrictions, but to consider them on a case-by-case basis. I think, in a way, the simplest thing is to have, and there was a comment from a resident today about Berkeley's program about having these nice, well-defined areas with well-defined restrictions and so on. And the reason we didn't do that was we wanted to be reacting to the residents wanting the program rather than staff or even staff and council drawing maps and trying to impose it. And our experience trying to do that is often negative. And so what we did was we tried to avoid the street by street, we tried to set a minimum size so that you didn't just have one block, because then police have to enforce one block, which is not terribly efficient. The trouble is, if you do only have one block, this program doesn't satisfy your concerns. And so there are a whole bunch of different objectives here, and what we tried to do is put something together that seemed reasonable, and I think what we're hearing is it's not addressing some of the needs.
Okay.
I hope that answered your question.
Yes, well, I guess I still don't understand how it would work if we have this current street that has 2 hours, but let's say the street over wants permit parking. So then would you revisit the 2-hour zone to include that with
I think the first thing we do is say, if the 2 hours makes sense, then it's probably appropriate within the zone, and then it's consistent with the various streets. If, based on current circumstances, 2 hours doesn't seem appropriate, we'd probably look at that adjacent street outside the zone and try and reevaluate that. We would go for consistency, and we would consider everything on a case-by-case basis. And if we got negative feedback about it from residents or from council or something, we could adapt.
Sure.
But no, we would absolutely look for consistency to the extent we could.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember McAllister.
I asked a question about using funds, and so my question was, with the employee parking permit fees, could they cover the cost of the residential fee? And you said no, because those fees can only be used in the downtown parking district. Why?
Because they're associated with the district, and I think there's some legal restrictions on using those funds within the district, which is separate from an RPP program.
Well, I'm looking at you, but I was saying that Christian has some, I mean, but even though they're the ones that are impacting, especially around downtown, they're the ones that are impacting the neighborhood. So there's a nexus of their actions.
There may be a way to change the downtown parking ordinance to address that issue. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there are certain restrictions on the expenditures. We can look at that and get back to you, but I believe the director is correct that there are restrictions on the use of those funds.
Yeah, but if we can, I mean.
Council can also change the parking permit program, and I believe that's one of the elements of the downtown parking study underway.
Okay, because I would, like to continue. We always try to look at, if you're doing an impact or doing harm to somebody else, you should be responsible for covering it. So if that will be addressed?
Yeah, the employee parking permit is part of the work plan for the downtown parking, but just make sure everyone understands what that is. These are employees who park downtown in our lots. So if they're parking in our lots, they're not parking in the neighborhood. So, you know.
Well, I understand, but if we can get fees from them, is there a nexus on how much we can charge for them to park in our lots?
We will get back to you with the legal restrictions on the use of those funds.
But, to the point of, as I say, I don't want neighbors to be having to pay for something that they didn't cause. And my other question on the CTC, and I forgot, we did Sylvan was our one, and then that was one of our last discussions.
That was NTMP.
I thought it was CTC. It came through the CTC, though.
It did.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the RPPP.
No, but I'm just, if it comes to CTC and we make a recommendation, or would that then be on the consent calendar, or would it be a full council?
It could be on the consent calendar as a resolution.
Okay, so if Mr. Cox was saying eliminate it, then it would still go to the council. But this way, I think would probably more be efficient by keeping it with the CTC, because it'd be, to your point is that they will have contact, more dialogue, and it still would be moving along quickly. So, okay, I just wanted to clarify that. And so address that. And the requirement for a RPP zone is initiated through a neighborhood petition or by city council with the petition process. So what does it mean by a petition, neighborhood petition, or the city council with a petition process?
Well, if the city council initiates it, then that replaces the petition process, but there is still a postcard survey process. So the council initiation replaces the resident petition.
I saw a comment there. Okay, neighborhood president or by the city council with the petition process. So are we sort of doing it twice, or?
No, the Willowgate example was one that was council initiated, and the one at Oak Street was an example of one initiated by a petition. We didn't get a petition from Willowgate. We've heard feedback from Willowgate, but council initiated that process.
Yeah, that was sort of interesting to see only 20% of the surveys were returned for the Willowgate, and that we were trying to help them, and they just sort of, it didn't work out the way people wanted it to. Along, Santa Clara Avenue and well, yeah.
We actually, for the Willowgate neighborhood, we got a lot of feedback from residents that they were just not interested in permit parking.
Okay.
And that was really the initial request, was to gauge their interest, and a lot of negative feedback. So that's probably why we only got 20% returned.
But at that CTC meeting, I recall we were going to find out what was the appetite for the, to restrict parking on the, I guess it would be the south side of Willowgate, folks who are parking at the who are using the transit center, and also the businesses along Moffett who are parking in the neighborhood. So actually, I felt like we wanted to ask the neighborhood a different question than the standard RPPP, and that was, would you be interested in the businesses being able to park on the south side of Willowgate? Because the businesses don't have enough parking. I think we had 3 different approaches to parking, and instead they were asked the standard question about the RPPP.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, so I felt like maybe.
I remember we were saying employee parking, but they would be permit parking along the south.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think, the folks I talked to, they felt like the survey they got was different than what they expected. So that could attribute to some of the, or account for some of the low return rate, because they were expecting something different.
It could have, and we had some experience on the other process as well. We actually talked to the people along Franklin Street, across the street from the library. That's probably the most impacted block in that little area. And a lot of them said, no, there's a lot of library parkers here and stuff, but we just don't want to deal with having to buy permits and this and that. So a lot of people kind of weigh the inconvenience of the overflow parking with the inconvenience built into having to get permits and worry about guests and so on. And so we've heard that from both of these examples.
Councilmember Hicks.
So I am concerned about what some members of the public raised about shorter streets, and does staff have is there any reason we could just eliminate that requirement? What was the reasoning behind it, or do you have any other simple solutions to that problem?
Yeah, this is how we define a block to that point. It means a public street segment intersected by 2 other public streets. And so there's no length requirement there. And where the 1,200 feet comes in is street segments over 600 feet in length but less than 1,200 shall be considered 2 blocks. So in other words, if you have a particularly long block that's not intersected, at some point we call it 2 blocks. And then street segments over 1,200 feet shall be considered 3 blocks. So there's no minimum block size, but when it gets big enough, we start to count it as several blocks.
So are you saying you don't see a problem in that case, in the case that was raised earlier this evening?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, a street less than 1,200 feet could, or even shorter than 600 feet, could be considered a block if it's intersected by 2 other streets.
Yeah. So maybe the problem is that they're not 3 contiguous blocks, or 3 blocks in a row.
I'd have to look at the particular circumstance.
Is that what the problem is?
So, so is there any reason why they couldn't include some other streets besides just the one in front of their units?
No, there's no reason, as long as there's either 5 or 3, depending on the circumstances.
Yeah.
But if
And
it's just a 500-foot section of one block, that isn't going to qualify.
Right, and I don't think I would look at it as across the street, across Linda Vista is a different neighborhood. It's still close by, and there's no reason why the homes there couldn't be part of the area with the permit, right? You could also go north.
Right. What you can't do is look at it as, you know, a townhome community. Their frontage probably isn't going to qualify under the program because we designed it so that you wouldn't have these relatively short segments or one block segments. But it does require getting other streets involved.
Right, okay. Did you have more, Councilmember Hicks?
No, thanks.
Councilmember Clark?
I was going to start addressing the questions if we're ready. So I don't have any, and just to wrap that up, like it could be the frontage, but you could add sort of the contiguous adjacent streets if they're not going in the same direction. You just have to add a few more segments to get to. Basically, you're having a more comprehensive sort of neighborhood approach. I think I understand now. So for question 1, I would be fine with changing the signature requirement to 51% of the total RPP area. I'd even be willing to do the Palo Alto 50+1, like the simple majority, if you think that's easier, but whatever you're most comfortable with. I'm fine with reducing the required percentage of surveys returned to match maybe the same 51% requirement. I'm sympathetic to the sort of the perceived sort of extra CTC step, but I think if we did that where like the actual review and the setting like we're having tonight was at the CTC and it ended up on our consent calendar for the full council instead of having to do that whole thing twice, I think would be fine. Because I trust the CTC, the smaller subset of folks in a forum that I think is easier to attend and easier to sort of express, you know, specific concerns of the committee on. I think that's just a better and easier forum. And then I think as long as we're committed as a council to just having those recommendations end up on the consent calendar, it's probably the most efficient way, rather than bypassing the CTC and ending up, you know, in a forum like this where we have to discuss it as a full council. So the permit fee, if folks think that, I mean, 60 is way more than, for example, or way less than like what San Francisco charges per year, but it's also more than I think some of the other communities charge. I don't want to waive the fee or set it so low that it's just, it's more a perfunctory thing, because for me, you know, a lot of these, I don't want to encourage people parking on the streets. I don't want to encourage them to take the car out of the garage. I want there to be a cost associated with parking in the public realm, right? Because that is a public asset. It's a public resource. And I don't have issues with folks in the neighborhood utilizing that, but I don't want to make it so simple to do that we end up with people using their garage for storage and they're parking on the public street. And I just think that there should be some recognition that, you know, if you're going to utilize that public asset, you should be willing to pay, you know, a reasonable amount per year for that permit. And so I think if we're restricting a public asset, you know, the folks who are going to utilize that public access and have sort of privileged access to it for certain periods of time should pay a reasonable fee for that. And I think it should recover some reasonable amount of the costs with implementing that. I think, as the vice mayor said, I think looking at sort of larger areas might help with that. The other thing that I would say is, especially if we're going to reduce the fees significantly, then I think it should be not just the folks in that 1 or 2 block radius who have the access for that permit. It might be the entire neighborhood, for example, that can access that. So like the zone in which you're able to apply for the permit might be a little bit larger, especially if we're talking about really small 3-block segments. I think it just becomes overly restricted in some areas where parking is already restricted, and maybe there aren't as many homes that have garages or driveways, and so people are relying on that street parking. So within a block or 2 of, maybe they fall just outside the zone. So anyway, that's a long way of saying, if folks think that 60 is too high, like I'm open to reducing it. I just don't think the fee should be waived, or it should be set so low that it's just basically it's not even worth the time and the effort of making that payment. And then the only other sort of comment outside of this that I would say is, I generally like the approach of where's in the matrix I think San Francisco, Palo Alto, and a few others have taken, where it's not necessarily just the photo ID and vehicle registration. If you've just moved here, it takes a while to get that new vehicle registration. And so if you can produce a utility bill or something that or a lease or something that proves your residency within whatever area we're defining, I think that should be acceptable if you don't have the photo ID and vehicle registration. So Palo Alto has the proof of residency, which is the vehicle registration or a utility bill lease agreement. And I think a few other cities do that too. So I just think the vehicle registration itself may be prohibitive for some folks, especially if they've just moved in and it's taking them time to get their updated registration. So that was the only sort of the comment unrelated to the questions.
I did have a question about that. So didn't it say in the RPPP that the permit is associated with a specific vehicle, the license plate of that vehicle? So it would have to, could it be a license plate that's not a California license plate until it's registered in California?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Vice Mayor Abe-Koga.
Thank you. So just to go through the questions, yes, I do support reducing to 51 or 50 plus 1%. Two, I support reducing the percentage of surveys returned. And then I guess on this one, can we eliminate the block by block and just make it that whatever that zone is?
Yes, and that would loosen up the restriction a little bit, because if one block doesn't make it, then the program doesn't make it.
Okay.
Actually, I was going to circle back on both question 1 and 2 for both of you to say, are you proposing we eliminate the block by block on both of those?
Yes.
What about you, Chris?
Yes, so
it's just 51%
so for question 1,
total.
yeah, question 1 considering the total RPP area, and then question 2, eliminating the each block requirement and just having it be the simple majority or 51% or whatever it is for the entire sort of area that's being considered.
And just to clarify again, there's a percentage for surveys returned, and then there's a higher percentage for support. The percentage for support is a supermajority of 67%.
Which I would support reducing to 55 or what, I don't know, what did you recommend, 51? Whatever you recommended.
We didn't actually make a recommendation.
Oh, okay. Well, I would suggest 55%. It's a little bit more than majority plus 1 or 51. And then 3, I actually agree with Councilmember Clark. I think it's good to have the CTC do the first pass and then put it on consent for council. Seems like a reasonable process. And then question 4, so I do support lowering the permit fee, and then I wanted to, I guess, explore or ask, and I don't know if this is mostly to related to downtown, but when we have these new developments come in, and we assume we can suspect that they might impact the neighborhoods because the office workers aren't parking or there's not enough parking. Can we look at some kind of fee that the developer of these buildings put into, like a permit fee fund that we could maybe draw from to help reduce the costs of the permits? And I mean, I know you all know my situation, but I agree that I don't think the residents should have to foot the cost of something that's being created by, like, for instance, a new building or that, and I don't, yeah, you know my situation. I have no idea why these employees are not parking in their 3-level underground garage and parking in our neighborhood, but they are. And I just don't think that's fair that then the residents have to go and pay for a permit or this program. I think those who are helping to create the situation should bear some responsibility.
If I could make a suggestion, if there's a consensus on the council to maintain some sort of fee but lower the fee, I think that would be good direction tonight. And in terms of other sources like the downtown permit parking program or developments or so on, I think staff would like some time to look at that. And if we do come back with some kind of affirmative answer on that, maybe we could use that to help fill the gap that the city is otherwise subsidizing. That way we'd have clear direction tonight on the program, and we could address the other questions with a little.
I guess I just feel like the developments, these new developments, need to bear some responsibility in getting the people who are there, whether they're residents or their office, like, they should be supplying the parking necessary on site. And I know we're trying to reduce parking ratios to encourage folks not to drive, but that's not what's happening. It's just that the parking is getting pushed off. And so how do we get these, the new developments to bear some responsibility and get their people to park in the parking that they've provided, or get them out of their cars and actually do TDM? That's that's my real question on this item. So whether it's to have them pay the fee to help with permits, if that's the only solution, because that's what I keep hearing is, oh, we'll just do a residential permit parking program. That's fine, but then I think the creator of the problem should be helping to pay for that. So it could be that, or it could be other measures, but it's not working the way it is now, and I just want to figure out how to resolve that.
So I, maybe not surprisingly, have a related comment. Should I wait my turn or jump off of what?
I mean, I'm done with that, so.
Is it in answering these questions?
It could be, but I was going to, since I have a lot of experience with a very similar problem, I could wait until it's me in the queue, but it might make more sense to jump off of Councilmember Abekoga's.
Yeah, if it's just a comment about that, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so when I think about our PPP program, and then I think about the situation in my neighborhood, I'm not sure there's a perfect match. And the reason is the impacts in my neighborhood are, well, there are two things that are not a perfect match for the whole city, and maybe the whole city is not a perfect match, but we have offices that are being constructed that are made to provide parking, but people, I've been in the parking structures, people don't park in them. And essentially what that means is, because we've required underground parking, and this would be the same for, I suppose, for apartments as well, because we we require that parking and we say people are going, essentially, when somebody parks on the street near the office, they're occupying 2 parking spaces. They're occupying the one underground that was built for them and that raised the cost of that structure, and they're also occupying the street outside Margaret's house and my house. I have a double driveway, I don't care, but in terms of policy, we're not getting, I think there's a lot of unoccupied parking all over downtown because nobody, and I think it's probably the, and then it's probably our TDM programs could be better. We could somehow, and some office developers have told me they could do this. They could have some better enforcement to make sure people are actually using that parking. They said they can either have somebody on site interviewing people and encouraging them to do that, or they could put a sticker on their car saying that they could park, that they have permission to park underground, so if they're parking above, you can talk to them about it. But there's something lacking in the TDM programs, and there's a huge mismatch. We have tons of unused underground parking, and that's an expensive thing to have. So there's more than just an RPP that RPPP, however many Ps there are, that we need to, and the other thing that happens in areas where we're trying to do where we're trying to have mixed use, where we have offices and restaurants, and this should be common in other areas of the city too. The other problem is that when I talk to people running the restaurants, they say because people using the offices tend to come in between 7 and 10 in the morning and then leave, you know, in the middle of dinner time at night, that people coming to use the restaurants can't use them. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe the RPPP program could help the people from the offices park underground and then help the restaurants out. But really, it's not the residents in our neighborhood who should have to initiate that process of helping the restaurants function and helping the offices function. And I actually don't even know if they will, because I wouldn't pay $60 to get those 2 things to function. It's not really I would park in my driveway, which I do. But, so there's some other dysfunction there that the RPPP doesn't address.
So just a few quick comments. Number one, RPP, I think, does address it because those people wouldn't be able to park in your neighborhood because they're not allowed to anymore. But also,
people in my neighborhood will not pay the $60,
well,
or
we're
maybe
talking
even
about
the
the fee
$25.
tonight. That's one of the decisions you have to make. Number two, we're looking at downtown holistically, and you have the right to look at the parking requirements. We're also looking, as I said earlier, at the employee permit program. So there's a lot of different things going on. Council could also initiate an RPP process for the downtown based on whatever criteria you ultimately come up with to make it easier for neighbors.
So you've kind of summed it up for me. I think that the residents, even for $25, may not be willing to solve this problem. They may rather park in their driveways, and that we may need a larger solution. And you're right, it might be the downtown parking solution, but I'm recused from that. So this is my opportunity to bring it up, something that the rest of you probably know nothing about. But it's huge, and there are floors of unused parking.
So we have data on parking utilization of the structures and the surface parking lots. And so the underground, there's the Sobrato one. Where are all the other ones you're talking about?
Well, I don't think
City
that there's
Hall?
anything, I don't think there's
Library?
probably anything unique about office workers at Sobrato. I'm assuming if this is happening there.
No, you were saying there were tons of underground parking lots.
I'm assuming that because I could show you photos, because there's entire floors of unparked parking under the Sobrato office, I'm assuming it's in other offices as well, that there's nothing unique about those particular office workers.
I don't think we have a lot of underground parking.
There's Fenwick and West has about
Fenwick
4
and West, that's
levels,
right.
and then 444 Castro has, and I can't think of any others. There are probably a couple other smaller ones, but those are 2 pretty big ones, I think.
But there are also proposals for them in the future, so I think it's a policy question that people might not have been aware of.
Okay, Councilmember McAllister. We're back to the questions.
Oh, great. The question, explore the changing signature for, but are we also changing is this the petition process? Because if you're changing, are you asking for the petition process to be changed, or what is the signature required, 50%? What are you asking for here? What do you?
The program requires 51% of each block sign the petition.
Okay, so you got the majority of people, and they determine the RPP, the petition group.
Yes,
correct?
they propose a set of blocks, and then that's the requirement.
Okay, so you want 50%. How many projects have gotten close to 50% and didn't pass, or 51% and didn't pass?
We've only had one petition submitted.
Okay.
And we actually went out and beat the bushes a little bit to get them to qualify.
Okay. I don't know if we got to go to, what's the current signatures now?
It's 51% block by block, making it 51% of
What's the current policy now?
51% block
Oh, so
by
we're
block.
not changing anything, you're just.
No, a suggestion would be to consider making it 51% for the whole area. That way one block doesn't drag down the whole area, or you could reconsider the 51% itself.
Yeah, but it wasn't the petition included the whole RPP?
Yeah, it's a proposed area, and then
By the petitioners?
By the petitioners, and the requirement is that 51% of the people on each block sign the petition.
Okay. Well,
On each block as opposed to just 51% in total.
oh, okay, fine.
So eliminate block by block.
I got it, okay. But that's the total, okay. To reduce the required percentage, surveys return. I'm still.
So were you okay with question one?
Yeah, I said, okay. To reduce the required percentage of surveys returned, that would still require more than 50%, correct?
Yes, and again, there's the block by block versus the total area question.
Okay, so we got the total. Well, just making sure. Yeah, because if the total percentage is, I was interpreting this as it was smaller than the 50% of the total package. So if you have 100 homes and only 50 or 40 surveys came in, and those 40 surveys were 100% for it, it would pass. But that's not the case. Okay. But I'm not sure about changing it. I'd still like to see everybody buy into it. And so I'm not sure about I want to reduce the percentage too much. 3, of course, yeah, I said the CTC. 4, support lowering the permit fees. Yeah, that's what I was suggesting, and I guess that's going to come back in the study. And question 5 is increase parking enforcement. I think that's a yes. That's part of it. I know it's not on there, but, you know, we always hear people say, nobody comes and gives tickets. Well, here's a question for the city attorney. Where does that parking ticket go to?
You know, I think it's the general fund. I think it's administered by the PD.
So if it goes to the general fund, then we could help subsidize the parking permit program.
So just to be clear, the proposed $60 fee, which we're talking about reducing significantly tonight, is already 50% subsidized, estimated to be 50% subsidized by the city. So there is a subsidy going on already. The reality is we don't know what the cost of the program is because we don't have one up and running. So if you want to lower the cost, let's get it going and get some programs in, and then we'll know what the true cost is, and then you can decide how much of a subsidy you do or don't want to.
So you're saying this whole subject tonight should have just been postponed until after we did the parking
Well,
study?
Q1 would have been good, but.
Okay, well, I'm going with rule number 2, trust the staff, and, you know, let the staff do their job and come back, and then we can form the policy. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Councilmember Kamei.
So for question 1 and 2, I just wanted to state I do support eliminating the block by block for a requirement for both question 1 and 2. So in terms of supporting the signature requirement to 51% for the total area, I support that. And then to reduce the required percentage of surveys returned, yes. You know, I think I'm flexible in terms of the percentage. I know the Vice Mayor says 55%. I'm comfortable with whatever staff recommends, as long as it's a reduction. For question 3, I did like the suggestion that this comes to the CTC and then back to council on consent. I think that would be fine. And then for lowering the permit fee, somewhere earlier in the conversation, I think we talked about exploring lowering the fee as well as other kind of fiscal mechanisms to help do the recoup of the total cost, and I'm comfortable going in that direction. You know, I do think that some sort of fees, so people have some sort of buy-in to the program, is important. You know, I think something else that other local jurisdictions have done is, you know, you get one for like a lower cost, and then if you want any additional, it tiers up. So I could be interested in that model as well. So maybe first one 25, and then the second one is the 60, which is the 50%. I mean, I think we can be creative in that. Thank you.
Councilmember Hicks.
So question 1, well, for question 1 and 2, yes, I would eliminate the block by block rule with a single tally. For question 1, change the signature requirement to 51%. That sounds good. For question 2, yeah, as others have said, whatever staff says, 55% or whatever staff recommends. I like the idea of going to the CTC and then consent calendar for council. And the permit fee, I like the idea of reducing it to 25 for one and greater for more. And then again, I'll reiterate that I think that there's an overall policy solution when we say we're going car light. If we have places that are surrounded by free parking, I think we're not being honest with ourselves about whether we're actually getting people out of their cars or whether we're just spreading them on the street. And that's a larger policy situation that I haven't been able to comment on earlier, but I think it's out of more than just the core downtown. And I think it's affecting our restaurants, and it's affecting our policy because we think we're going car light, and we're not. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have substantially similar comments. I think, as Councilmember McAllister said, some level of neighborhood support, participation, buy-in is really important. And so I support, for questions 1 and 2, yes, I would support reducing the signature requirements and the percentage of surveys returned, the percentage support from each block. I don't know if I have the best number right now. Something, demonstrating that the neighborhood actually does support implementing a program. And there were a number of suggestions here that I think are sort of appropriate. So 51% for the total proposed area rather than block by block. Although, if there's an extreme example where there's one block that is not supportive at all, going to question 3, I think that's an opportunity for the CTC to sort of evaluate whether it's appropriate to impose it on that block. I think so. There's kind of a built-in protection there, but reducing the requirement overall, I'm not sure what the right percentage, of returned surveys should be. But if we're looking at, somebody said 55%, 60% for support, that sounds appropriate. I think we're talking generally between 50 and 60% for a lot of these. So question 3, I thought the solution that I think every member of the council has suggested is fine with me. And then so the permit fee is also hard for me. I like Councilmember Kame's suggestion of having sort of the tiered approach. So I don't know what the first vehicle should be priced at, but having that at maybe a more entry level sort of neighborhood supported figure, and then for subsequent vehicles, it'll be more. It'll help us address the or achieve something closer to cost recovery. I don't know what those numbers would be, but I do support looking at reducing the permit fees overall, but not going so low that it's a wholesale subsidy from the city.
So for question 1, I agree to eliminate the block by block requirement, and I'm good with 51%. On question 2, I also think it's good to eliminate the block by block requirement there, and I'm open to like 51 to 55%, whatever staff thinks is best. Question 3, I'm fine with the CTC reviewing this and then being on the consent calendar for council. And I do think the permit fees could be reduced. And I also agree that it might be good to have a tiered structure with a lower entry fee, and then it goes up from there. The one other thing I'd like to mention, it's too bad the woman who lives on Linda Vista left. If a petition comes in and we see that there is a street that it would make sense to include it, I would like us to look at that and say we should include it so that we don't have the situation. I think if I can put some words in her mouth, she's concerned that the neighborhood across the street doesn't want them to be part of that permit program. But I don't want to leave an area sort of stranded. Do we already do that?
Yeah, if you mean there's an area that by its circumstances doesn't lend itself to the 5 or 3, I think what we could do, and if there's support for the permit parking and we see that there's no way for them to meet it, I don't know whether the current ordinance and guidelines allow for that. I think we can review that. This is only a study session, and say that staff has some discretion that if the circumstances make it such that this can't be met, we can bring it to the CTC or something. I mean, kind of an off ramp for those that just by circumstances of their street configuration can't make it. If that satisfies that concern.
I think there's 2 concerns. One, if they can't do it on their own, but also, or it just is not as straightforward as other areas, but also the concern, I think, if the homes across the street, across Linda Vista, have an RPPP, and then they only have a very small area where they can park. That's the other concern, I think.
Yeah, we're not going to have the way that blocks are defined, you're not going to have one side of a residential street with an RPP and one side without.
Okay.
The only way we'd have that is one side's commercial and the other side's residential. The residential would have it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so in summary, it seems like we're eliminating all the block by block. And for the petition, it's 51%. For the survey, it's lower than it is now, and we'll leave it up to staff to make it, to come back to us with a recommendation on is it 51 or 55%. Seems to be the common theme here. Question 3, we go to the CTC, and then it's on the consent calendar. Question 4, reduce the permit fees. And there were definitely some numbers mentioned, but actually I would agree with $25 for the initial one. That would make it 4. And then tiering up from there for the second permit would be more than 25. And also look at other funding options that might be available to offset the cost of this program.
And question 5, increased parking enforcement.
Well, you were the only one that said that.
Well, I know, but you all concurred it was a quiet majority.
And Mayor, if I may, you'd made a suggestion at the end about if it looks like they can't make it somehow, get some flexibility that we can bring it. I presume there's some consensus for that as well. Okay.
Okay.
To bring to the CTC or somehow initiate the process so it could be considered. We'll look at
Yes.
the guidelines and see how that fits in.
Okay, thank you. I think
So-
I see 4 nodding. I did see at least 4
Okay.
nodding heads for that.
Mr. City Manager, or do we need, I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, on to item 10, which is council, staff, and committee reports. Are there any?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, did you still have an interest, or the council have an interest in reopening the EPC matter with the question about the alternate that you mentioned?
Yeah, so I thought we were going to go back to
Oh,
the.
okay. I just wanted
Yeah,
to double check.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Would that be what I would do, adjourn this meeting eventually, and then reopen or continue the study session?
You would just reopen that,
Reopen that?
yeah.
Okay, okay. So we're still on item 10, and I only see my name in the queue. So I attended the Santa Clara County Emergency Operational Area Council meeting, and it was one of the better meetings I've been to. They recapped what happened during the public safety power shutdown and the operations that happened in Santa Clara County. And it was I don't know if they record those, but it was a really good summary of what went well and what didn't go so well. And Santa Clara County was definitely on it in comparison to other counties, which was good to hear. But one of the things that really concerned me is the information that they had on individuals who might have a need for power because of medical issues was challenging to work with because they didn't have any way to prioritize somebody who maybe was on, say, a ventilator versus somebody who had a hospital bed at home that needed power to move it up or down. So there was another source of information that they found much better that they worked with, but clearly it's an area that needs some improvement. But if it was recorded, it was just fascinating to hear what went on, and I am sure that we will continue to improve the operations because I don't think the public safety power shutdowns are going to be ending anytime soon. And then we had the second half of the council appointment review committee meeting where we finished up all the interviews for the other boards, committees, and commissions, and then that will come to council to review the recommendation of the CARC. Anyone else? Okay, so a closed session report.
There actually is a closed session report tonight, and because of the importance of it, the mayor would like to make the closed session report.
So the closed session report this evening is that the City Council has appointed Police Chief Max Bosell as the interim city manager by unanimous vote. The appointment shall be effective upon the retirement of City Manager Dan Rich and will continue until the hiring of a new city manager and until the new city manager begins employment with the City of Mountain View.
Very good. And we don't have to reconvene in the plaza for the EPC matter. We can do it right here if you like.
Okay. Actually, I think I'd rather do it in there.
Okay.
If that's okay. So I am going to adjourn this meeting, and the next council meeting will be held on Monday, November 18th. Yeah, Monday, November 18th, 2019, at 6:30 PM in the council chambers, 500 Castro Street. And after a quick break, we will reconvene in the Plaza Conference Room to finish the study session we had earlier on EPC appointments.